New York City, get ready as Fanatics Fest returns to the Javits Center July 16th through the 19th, right in the middle of the biggest sports weekend of the summer. With more than 500 athletes and celebrities, every major league, and hundreds of thousands of fans for the ultimate sports fan experience. Get your exclusive merch, rare trading cards, free photo ops, and a full tailgate zone all weekend long. Grab your tickets before they're gone at fanaticsfest.com.
We are moving now.
Electric bikes are everywhere. They are quiet and very fast. Teens ride them on the roads, in bike lanes, but also in places they should not be, like sidewalks and parks.
Look out!
When you ride, wear a helmet. Don't speed. Watch out for pedestrians and cars. New York State and your community have specific rules for electric bikes. Follow them. Go to trafficsafety.ny.gov for more info. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone, group chat, smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
ESPN New York is your home for the world champion New York Knicks. WHSQ and WCBS-FM HD2, New York.
Got the number one pick in the NHL draft, but the men that can't seem to stump. Do something dumb, that's an observation. CLT make them need to run.
That's Lawrence Taylor.
Cut them every trash, CMT for short. Wonder if we best once you peep the score. Up at the crack of dawn, top stories of the morning. While you're yawning, grab your coffee, rise and shine with 8:80 a.m. This is Drop Time. We provide highlights from your favorite teams. Got Dave and Rick making plenty of picks. It's Rule 76.
DNR with you on a Friday, July 3rd, 2026. No Rick, no Dave, Jake Asman in for the guys as we take you till 10 a.m. Hopefully you're staying cool. Want you to be doing well as well, but my goodness, it is scorching. This heat wave is no joke. I mean, you know it's bad when it's 95 plus degrees after 10 p.m. at night. It felt like I was back living in Texas. I lived in Houston for almost 6 years doing radio there before moving back home to New York 2 years ago. This is what it was like in the summer, basically every night. The difference is when you're in a place like Houston, it's built to be indoors. Everyone has central air conditioning. Everyone kind of understands you can't be outside. If you're in New York, you could be inside, and the apartments that have the window unit air conditionings, it's not going to get it done, especially if the mayor wants you to actually try and keep your AC at 78 degrees. Good luck with that. We'll see if Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce have the AC at Madison Square Garden later set at 78 degrees because something tells me that will not be the case. But I digress. We got a lot to cover today. There is certainly a lot happening with all these sports leagues, really besides football right now, if you think about it. There's stories in basketball, certainly stories involving the Knicks as they try and keep their team together and make moves following winning their first championship in 53 years, the moves around the league. I'm excited to discuss baseball. The Yankees' June swoon has carried over into July thus far. We'll certainly get into that. And the Mets are relevant with the comments their owner made on the show podcast with Joel Sherman and John Heyman. So baseball's in the news. Basketball's certainly in the news. And if you're a hockey fan, there's been notable moves made by all three of the local teams in the area. You have the draft, free agency getting underway. So everything really but football is happening. And usually the NFL is not quiet for very long. So when is the next big NFL story going to emerge? That was on my mind as I was looking at some of the topics we were going to hit. But we got you covered this morning. Jake Asman in for the guys. 800-919-3776, number to call to be part of our show. We got Ray holding it down on the other side of the glass. Joe Leo is here as well. And I wanted to start with the Beach Bash recap because, Ray, I saw you made the trip all the way down to the shore. You're here this morning. You look a little tired. What do we need to know for anyone who couldn't make it down to the Beach Bash yesterday? Because it looked like a lot of fun from the photos. So what did we miss out on for those who weren't there?
I mean, it's always fun. First of all, if you didn't go down, why the hell didn't you?
It was 107 degrees, and I had to work, unfortunately.
Well, listen, we had tents. We had what do they call the spritzers? The
sprinklers?
No, not the sprinklers. The misters. The misters.
You were getting misted?
Yeah. So you could. There were ways to keep cool. The great people in the promotions department, they were giving out towels, ice towels, to help everyone stay cool.
Anyone pass out?
I know there was from Boost Mobile. I didn't see anybody pass out, thankfully. I don't know. I heard that there was a death pool. Not a death pool, but a pool of somebody's going to get some sort of heat-induced aspect here. No, everyone survived. Everyone did well, including our Rick DiPietro. I was really worried about him, but he did really well.
He had a back injury.
And
he was still able to make all the saves in the soccer net. I saw some of the videos, and the YouTube stream had it.
Not all the saves.
Did you score on them?
Saves. No, I didn't. By the time I got there, the kick had already the kick on Rick, I guess is what they had called it. That had already taken place. So my understanding was that he had saved 21 of 30.
It's pretty good.
So he got his hands on goalie gloves. Was concerned that he wasn't going to be able to do that. He got his hands on goalie gloves.
They look like oven mitts. Are those actually soccer goalie gloves?
Soccer goalie gloves are bigger than you think. Like there's a lot of padding in them.
He's got some mitts on his hands. I'm looking at the replay on the ESPN New York X account right now. It looked great. It's always a great event. So shout out to all the listeners who were there yesterday and everyone who braved the elements. It was hot.
Don's big song was a Led Zeppelin song, apparently. And wasn't familiar with it, to be honest with you. Not a big Led Zepp guy.
The comments were hammering Don, too.
Really?
And I'm like, come on, man. He's putting himself out there.
What were they saying?
End this. This is terrible. Stop.
No. Oh, no.
Criticizing the song choice. I thought the Family Feud was great that Chris Carlin hosted. So I thought that was a good moment.
That was a high water mark.
I enjoyed that. What else really stood out? I like the fact that at one point, who's ever running the YouTube channel for the stream just basically said, screw it, trying to frame up all the guys in the shop because there was this giant fan that the afternoon show had blowing on them. That sounded weird. And the fan, was covering up, half of one of the hosts who's ever was sitting at the end. So when Michael was on with them, you couldn't see him. You could just hear him on the YouTube stream. And I think people were just like, you know what, it's so hot. Sorry, YouTube, you're not going to be able to see Michael K's face during this segment. The fan
so it was just one big wide shot from that point.
Yep.
That explains why I saw that. Saw Anthony Pusick there, working hard.
He's always working hard.
Yeah. Should be pointed out, Rick, when I saw Rick, so they had the goalie net set up by I guess you'd call it like a wading pool sort of situation. It's like Rick, by the time I got there, Rick was basically dousing himself in water. If he was able to dunk his body into that little pool, he would have done it. So, and he's still in pretty good shape. Still in pretty ridiculous playing shape, is Rick DiPietro.
He looked like it. Now, how long did it take you to drive down there from where you are in Jersey?
Well, I made some stops. So I left here. We did the show. We were done at 10. There was some post-show stuff. Joe Leo was here helping out with that. Big help to Joe Leo. Thank you, Joe Leo, this week. So I left here. I made a stop at my apartment near MetLife Stadium. And then on the way down, I went to my parents' house. I just stopped to check on my mother real quick.
You mean New York, New Jersey Stadium?
I'm sorry, New York, New Jersey Stadium. It's officially not MetLife until this is all over.
12 more days, I think.
Yeah,
that's where the final is.
Really troubling.
Those who don't
really
know,
troubling.
Quick.
Before I forget, did you? There was a stat pointed
out.
Oh
yes,
by the
yes,
yesterday.
It's the amount of people that tagged me in the stat that France has won the same amount of games that the Jets did at MetLife. This past year.
That is rough. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to bring it up, but it had to be brought up.
I was going to bring up just simply the fact that the final being there, and I've seen a lot of people from Europe or all parts of the world saying, wow, I can't believe this is where the final is. This stadium is grotesque. It's so ugly. And I'm like, yep, welcome to being a Jet and Giant fan. We all know about MetLife. But yes, somehow they chose MetLife Stadium for the World Cup final over SoFi or any of the other big-time stadiums.
New York, New Jersey.
That's right. New York, New Jersey Stadium with grass. God forbid you do that for the football teams that play there, but for FIFA, it's fine. But
I've heard the grass is not that great, though, either.
that I wouldn't know. I haven't followed it closely enough to opine on that. I do know that players overwhelmingly prefer the grass, but it doesn't sound like that's going to be happening anytime soon. But, Ray, I'm glad you had a good time at the Beach Bash because it looked awesome.
Hot take? You want a hot take?
Beach Bash was hot?
I think I think players are getting hurt just as much on grass, and that the turf thing's a little overblown now.
It could be. The NFL will tell you, the data does, but then the players will say like how their body recovers the next day, feels better when they play on grass over turf. I don't know. Seems like if there's any sort of complaints on up from your players, why not do something about it? But
I look at the fields at Washington, Pittsburgh, Chicago, and it's like, okay, not every field is going to be like Lambeau Field. Like Lambeau's field is like pretty well immaculately kept. But like if you go to a lot of these grass fields around the league, a lot of them are just terrible. Just terrible.
You're not wrong.
That's my hot take.
You're not wrong. That's fair. Especially Heinz Field when it's like late in the season. It's, the University of Pittsburgh also plays on that field, so it could be pretty nasty. Now, Joe Leo, were you at the Beach Bash yesterday? I don't believe you were.
I was not.
Do you have any regrets after hearing Ray describe the experience?
I am always going to have regrets because it's my favorite event that the station puts on every year. It was just this year was not in the cards for me to make the trip down to Bar A.
Not in the cards because you're a busy guy.
Busy guy, and look, I'm a summer baby, but it was a little too hot yesterday.
It definitely was. Again, shout out to everyone who was there. It looked like an awesome time, and we'll certainly talk more about it, I'm sure, throughout our show. 800-919-3776. It's interesting thinking about what to start the show with because you really could do Knicks. You certainly could do Mets. You could do Yankees. The thing that I am most fired up to talk about is a team I don't root for. That's the New York Mets. Because I've listened to Steve Cohen's interview now twice with Joel Sherman and John Heyman, and I want to start with just this. I give Steve Cohen credit for talking because a lot of owners don't. But I think at times, and this is crazy to say because you want your subject in an interview to be honest, I think sometimes Steve Cohen is a little too honest. And the example I'll give is when he was asked about potentially trading players at the deadline, there was a question in the interview that was worded to Cohen about, well, if you have to make any trades, could you see your core, a.k.a. Juan Soto and Francisco Lindor, could you see one of them being dealt? And without being asked about their relationship, Steve Cohen offers up the fact that, last year it was actually a problem with those two guys getting along, but they're getting along a lot better this year. And I just think that's an example of, maybe you're not that honest because now, as the Mets are in Atlanta, reporters are going to go to Lindor and Soto, and they're going to ask about the owner admitting that, all that stuff last year that the New York Post reported, that those two didn't get along, it was a problem. There was validity to it. It wasn't just, the media's out to get the Mets. No, those were actual things that were happening in the clubhouse, and the owner acknowledged that. So that's just one example. Overall, I appreciate his honesty. I just think there's a couple things that Cohen said that you could question right away. He paints a bleak picture, right? He admitted he's extremely worried about where things are headed. He admits the farm system for the Mets, it's regressed this year. He points to a top-heavy payroll that's not going to give the Mets a ton of flexibility necessarily to spend money, which is crazy when you're the richest owner in sports and you're talking about a budget, and he concludes by saying, he needs his front office to be creative, and it's going to be a good test to see how creative they are. Well, David Stearns tried to be creative with his big moves this past offseason, and they all blew up in his face. So Steve Cohen says he's worried about his team, but also gave a vote of confidence in job security to the guy responsible for the Mets being in the situation they're in. He talks about how, maybe they made too much change all at once, but that was by choice. They chose to move on from basically their entire coaching staff besides the manager. They chose to move on from Alonso, from Nimmo, from McNeil, from Diaz. These were moves they made. They never made an offer to Pete Alonso. And the one issue I have, I think the most with Steve Cohen, is when he talks about how, if he fires David Stearns, people around the league are going to look at it like, why would I want to work for this guy? And I just don't believe that to be true. It's New York. The money is gigantic. It's one of 30 in baseball. The idea that people wouldn't be lining up to take the job, I'm not buying it. And let's be honest, David Stearns, he was anointed as this baseball genius, but where's the genius? Cohen tried to defend him by saying, well, look at 2024. Does he get any credit for that? If we're being objective, that wasn't really his team. He could get credit for some of the moves on the margins, right? Like Luis Severino, for example, was a good signing for that team. But that wasn't a team that Steve Cohen built. That was really Billy Epler's team, if you look at it. And every year since, they have now been worse as he's had more imprints on the team going forward. So I just don't agree with the logic. Well, we have to keep Cohen because I don't know who'd want the job if I fire him again. I'm not buying that. Again, this was part of the answer from the Met owner on Stearns staying through his 5-year contract.
I'm going forward with David as our leader. Listen, there's no guarantees in anything. Okay, I'm going to evaluate this as we go along. And listen, David knows that it hasn't worked out the way he thought it would work out, the way I thought it would work out. He'd be the first one to admit that he's made some mistakes. And this is a guy who's reflective. You know, what am I looking for? I'm looking for someone when things are going great. Hey, it's easy. When things aren't going great, you know, are you reflective? Are you adaptable? Are you flexible? I believe David is, and I hear it. And we'll figure out what changes that need to be made. But the change that's not going to be made is, you know, moving David out at this point. I'm just not going to do it.
He could say that, but if the Mets don't turn it around, I don't know how you could do another year of this. Again, he bought the team. He said he wanted greatness year over year. And he, at least to his credit, admitted it's been a failure. I mean, he came in and said he wanted the World Series within his first 5 years. That obviously hasn't happened. They gave Juan Soto the largest contract ever to a professional athlete, and they're going to miss the playoffs in the first 2 years of a 15-year deal. Like, it has been an absolute mess. They signed Soto before the 2025 season. The Mets were 45-24 to start last year, and since then, they have been, for over 162 games now, on a 100-loss pace. And the guy who built those teams, he apparently has a job for at least 2 more seasons, if you believe the owner when he spoke just the other day. And again, the rotation issues remain consistent. Stearns has been unable to fix that. The moves this offseason with Polanco, Simeon, Luis Robert, they either all struggled or got hurt or both. You know, the one thing Cohen intimated is that David Stearns would have to change his free agent philosophy. He better. He better, because you're never going to get the top guys unless you're willing to swim in waters that you might not be comfortable swimming in. If you want to get a big-time starting pitcher, you're going to have to be willing to offer a long-term deal. You know, not bringing back Pete Alonso, who's 40 and 100 every year and has proven he could play every game, and he could hit New York, because you're trying to save money because, the last 2 years of a 5-year deal for Pete might not be great. You deal with it. Again, there was just some comments he made that I just vehemently disagree with. I give him credit for talking because at least he did. But there's just not enough that I heard that makes me feel great about his decision to retain David Stearns going forward. Because, again, since David Stearns has gotten more involved, they have gotten worse. And some of the reasons for why they've gotten worse that Cohen talked about were decisions that they made. Yes, there's injuries. Obviously, that's impacted things. But no one told the Mets to blow up their entire core when last year they missed the playoffs, not because they couldn't hit, because they couldn't pitch. So I just thought all that was certainly something. We'll say if things change, if things somehow get better here, but they're headed towards complete irrelevancy for the remainder of the summer. That's what it feels like is happening with the Mets. The next time there'll be a big story is the trade deadline, and then after that, they're basically playing out the string. Camps will open for the NFL. Yankees, as bad as they've been, I still think in a bad American League, will be in the mix for a playoff spot at the bare minimum. And the Mets are going to kind of fade into irrelevancy. So this is one of the last times I think the Mets will be a big story at this point, and that's got to be killing Cohen deep down inside. 800-919-3776 is the number to be part of the show. Jake Asman in for the guys, Dave and Rick. We're taking you till 10. We'll get to some of your calls on the Mets. Have plenty of thoughts on the Yankees' June swoon, which we'll see if it continues to carry over into the month of July. Yankees taking on the Twins. Is help on the way? The Minnesota Twins are in the Bronx tonight to take on Garrett Cole and the Yankees. We'll get to that. We have certainly some Knicks reaction to get into. The World Cup, U.S. and Belgium on Monday. Lot to do as we take you till 10 a.m. here on the 3rd of July, right here on 880 ESPN New York and the ESPN New York app.
This is the Michael K. Show.
I'm not quite sure how you blame Boone for this, and how do you blame Cashman for it? Could anybody have actually predicted that Aaron Judge was going to get hurt and be out 3 months? He's incredibly important to this team. But I will tell you this, you should be upset. They're playing like garbage right now, because as bad as the injuries are, they shouldn't be this bad, because they are bad on an embarrassing level now.
The Michael K. Show, weekdays at 1 on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube. Presented by the Parisman Firm.
Hey, it's Alan Hahn. At Rings End, they're there to help realize your modern design visions. That's why they partner with Marvin. Engineered for big ideas, Marvin modern windows and doors deliver effortless elegance, expansive views, and industry-leading innovation, all in a modular system designed to meet the exacting principles of modern architecture. Experience Marvin Modern at a Rings End showroom today and create something stunning with them. Rings End is a certified Marvin installing retailer.
Hey, New York, are you okay to drive? No, really. Did you know just one drink can lower your inhibitions, slow reaction times, and reduce coordination? That single drink causes your judgment to be altered and makes it harder to track moving objects. The risk you take by getting behind the wheel is not worth your life or anyone else's. Call a cab.
Hey, I'm looking for a cab.
A rideshare, a sober friend, or take public transit. The New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee is reminding you to always drive sober.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When's the last time payroll was the easy part of your week? With Gusto, it can be. Gusto is the all-in-one platform designed to take the hassle out of managing your team, from payroll and compliance to hiring, onboarding, and more. With Gusto, you can get back 2 full days each month with all the time you've saved. Go to gusto.com today and learn why over 500,000 small businesses choose Gusto. That's GUSTO.com. Gusto.com.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
This is Bart and Carlin on ESPN New York.
The Yankees are under pressure, and it's more pressure on Aaron Judge than it is any other athlete in this market because of what Brunson has done. He'll never be accepted as one of the greats until he wins a title.
And this is the time, because the American League stinks. Everybody just assumes, kind of like the Knicks, that the National League is that much better, like they did about the Western Conference.
Take that easy path.
Bart Scott, Chris Carlin, weekdays at 10 a.m. on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
DNR with you, Jake Asman in for the guys. New York City will hit triple digits for the first time in over a decade as the heat wave will continue. That's the stat I'm seeing from the mayor's official X account.
I didn't know that.
I figured we have hit triple digits more recently than 10 years prior, but if the mayor's tweeting it out, I'll take his word for it, but it is brutal outside. So stay indoors if you can, in AC or in a pool if you can, or in a sprinkler. Do something, because it is brutal. And in full transparency, it's pretty hot in this studio, too. And it normally is, but as hot as it is in the studio, I can promise you it's even hotter than in my Manhattan apartment. Because the AC air conditioning units, or that was redundant, the air conditioning window units are not meant for 100-plus degrees. Like, it gets over 90-something, you are absolutely screwed. That is the difference in living here when it's really hot, or where I used to live in Texas when you have this thing called central air conditioning everywhere, which is phenomenal.
You're using like one of those big window units, old school style?
Yeah. Because none of the buildings are equipped to have central air, apparently.
Correct.
Sad.
My place has central air, though, so.
Well, we can't all live the bougie life that you do.
Yeah, we'll call it bougie.
Stay cool, everyone. Appreciate you tuning in. 800-919-3776. I mentioned the Cohen comments about Lindor and Soto. Here are the comments that are generating a lot of buzz. And, again, when the Mets have availability for their players later, as they were off yesterday like the Yankees were, I'd imagine both Lindor and Soto will be asked about the owner of the team acknowledging that there were issues between the two highest-paid players on the team.
I don't see them going anywhere. And frankly, I think that's a story that was last year's story, and that I actually am told and believe strongly that these guys are getting along much better. And so I just don't see that as an issue anymore. Listen, I'm lucky enough to have two high-quality players like that. And, with the elimination of whatever issues there were last year, I'm thrilled that they're on the team.
Again, I appreciate him speaking, but it's almost too honest there, because he was asked about whether or not they would trade either one of them, essentially. And he brought up their relationship basically on prompt. Now, it would have been great if Joel or Heyman followed up and said, well, what were the issues over? Was it over one's from Puerto Rico, one's from the Dominican Republic? Was it over politics? Was it over, jealousy over money, right? Soto's making double what Lindor got, whatever it could be. And at what point do we start to ask questions about Francisco Lindor? He's had issues with several teammates now that have been confirmed. I'm not saying he's a bad guy, but again, at what point do we have that conversation with him? I know there's some Met fans that would love to see the team move him. I don't think that's going to happen. The owner basically said it's not going to happen in that cup we just played. But I think that's a fair question. I think the Mets, they've lacked leadership for a while now. And I think a huge mistake they made when they blew up their team this offseason was they had too many new all at once with a younger manager. The whole thing is just a mess. Eric Chavez was a guest with Bart Carlin, obviously the former Met hitting coach who has his own podcast. He made some comments where he took shots at David Stearns. The guys asked him if moving on from Alonso and Nimmo was due to the friction in the clubhouse.
No, completely wrong. Those guys, they went to bat for each other. I saw these guys in meetings on the road. There was team dinners. Nimmo organized, Pete organized, Lindor organized team dinners. The coaches were actually a part of that at times. The camaraderie was really good. When you lose, things leak out and things get overblown, especially in New York, but they had each other's backs. And behind closed doors and team meetings, it was the same thing, everything I saw. So I think we can honestly move on from that. We can just sum it up that Juan and Lindor aren't going to be best friends. Who cares? Just be really good on the field and show out and do your thing. And, you win ball games and the narrative's going to change.
So I agree with that last part, but you just wonder, what was the rift over between two of the highest paid guys? Forget on the team in the sport of baseball. You do wonder that. The other interesting takeaway from the Cohen conversation was him talking about the farm system. And again, I remind Met fans who already know this, a lot of the quote-unquote Mets top prospects were not drafted and developed by David Stearns. It was the previous front office, the previous general manager. That was Billy Epler. Here's Steve Cohen talking about his farm system that obviously David Stearns now presides over.
I'm extremely worried. I think good teams develop players, have a pipeline of players. When we looked at it last year, we were generally feeling pretty good about our farm system. We've had regression in our farm system. Now, I'm told that development isn't linear. And we've graduated some good players, right? I mean, Nolan McLean, A.J. Ewing, Christian Scott's come back. So there's a good core there. And we got an outfield, right? And this year we built a pretty good bullpen. So it's not all bad. But, between signings where we couldn't get the players on the field and some, lack of performance from some of our younger players, it set us back.
I mean, that's a big deal, no? That's a gigantic deal. I mean, what doesn't add up about all this is Cohen says it's too early to fully judge David Stearns because we're only 2.5 years into his 5-year deal. But he also admitted he didn't expect any of this to happen and is extremely worried about where the Mets are headed. This is why you pay David Stearns the amount of money you pay him, no? Oh, well, he has answers to questions I ask him. Well, I mean, let's be real. Some of the people who are really bad at their jobs could sound really good when they're asked about their process. You could fool someone who maybe not is a baseball guy, and Cohen admits he's not a baseball guy. He's not. So I'm not sold on David Stearns being the guy that's going to be able to fix the issues that are presiding over the Mets. I don't buy it. Does that mean you move on? I would have no problem moving on because the idea, who are you going to get? You'll find someone. It'd be tough to find someone worse than what you have seen this president of baseball ops put together the last 2 years. I mean, we're talking about nearly $800 million the Mets have spent, if you include all the taxes for going over the Cohen tax line or whatever baseball calls it, which is essentially a loose salary cap where if you go over, you pay a tax on every million you spend over. It's like $800 million to be a team that's going to miss the playoffs 2 straight years. And this year, I mean, they're in abject disaster. This is one of the biggest failures in New York sports history. They're 36-51. The Marlins payroll is like $30 million. They're 46-42. It's crazy. It's completely unacceptable for this team to be this bad. And it doesn't sound like anything's changing. One more from Eric Chavez. Here are his thoughts on how David Stearns can actually try and fix the Mets.
Being adaptive, that's a step moving forward for David, right? Because he hasn't really been adaptive yet. Now he needs to be adaptive, like whoever his brain trust is in their team, to get a one clear vision about what they're going to do moving forward. They've been caught in the middle. I know they've wanted to, sign some good players and some short-term contracts, and there's just a lot going on there. But they've got to get together and get committed to, how they're evaluating processes, how they vision putting this team together, commit to that. I think that's what Steve means is, look, it hasn't worked out to this point. Now what? Now what's your next move? Because clearly, if you continue with your processes moving forward, we know from the past that it's not working. So how are we going to adapt and how are we going to get better moving forward? And I think that's what Steve is referencing.
Well, let's see if they're willing to adapt some of these philosophies that they have not shown the willingness to do. I mean, will they give out a contract greater than 3 years? Because one of the things I thought was interesting in the conversation was Cohen talking about, well, we give out these short deals and then we bring a guy in and it takes a little while for them to get used to New York. Do we have to factor that into our evaluation of the player, knowing that for the early part of the contract, and it's not that long to begin with, they're basically not going to perform to what we're paying them to do? And the best example of that is the Bo Bichette deal. By the time he has started to hit for the Mets, they're 15 games under 500, and it doesn't matter anymore. They're done. They're cooked. They're 36-51. So I do wonder what he does differently. Because, again, Steve Cohen told you he's not making any change to the guy calling the shots. So he's going to get to hire another manager, and he's going to get another offseason going forward. Cohen again on Stearns' job status.
Listen, I'm in my conversations with him. He's incredibly thorough. There aren't answers that I walk away and say, oh, I don't agree with that, or being pretty buttoned down and knows what he's talking about, okay? We're 2.5 years into a contract. Everyone forgets, does he get any credit for 24? Does that not count? We almost made it to the World Series, and that was just 2 years ago. So it's a mixed record, okay? I mean, I'm not going to say it's going great, but it's too early to really make evaluations. And I feel really strongly that if we're going to burn and churn, that's a terrible place to be. And every time you burn and churn, that guess what? The next time, nobody wants to come. Is someone going to put their career in your hands if you're going to be, short-term oriented? And yeah, I have a contract. It's a 5-year contract, and we're going to live that contract out.
It's 1 of 30, and money talks. Did the Giants not just hire John Harbaugh? Like, again, it's New York. It's a team that has money to spend. I just don't buy that, if you moved on from Stearns, you wouldn't be able to get a qualified candidate. Stearns is a qualified candidate, so we thought, where's that gotten the Mets? I go back to the Knicks a lot when we talk about other teams in this town, because I think the Knicks have proven to be one of the most well-run teams in sports the last couple of years. When Leon Rose was hired, he was an agent that had no prior experience running a basketball team. So sometimes, the obvious hire is not the mold that is David Stern. So the idea that, there's no one that would take the job that could do a better job, I don't buy that. That's Steve Cohen's job to find that guy. But if he's just comfortable with David Stearns, I don't know if this is just going to magically change for the Mets. Again, you want to give him some credit for 2024? If we're being fair, sure. But that wasn't his team. Come on. That was not his team. He did not think that team was going to go all the way to Game 6 of the National League Championship Series. Because they did. They had to run it back, and they added Soto to it, but then he didn't do anything to improve their pitching. When they were reeling last year, it wasn't because they couldn't hit, couldn't score runs. It's because their starting rotation was brutal. So how many pitchers did David Stearns acquire at the trade deadline last summer? The answer is 0. The relievers he added, they stunk. And again, you have to factor in durability. You have to factor in, can a guy handle playing in New York? An adjustment period to playing in New York. These are all things you have to factor into your evaluation of bringing in guys. And I think it's clear they obviously didn't do a good enough job of that. And we'll see if Stearns adapts, because he's clearly going to get another chance. 800-919-3776 is the number to call to be part of the show. We'll get to some of your calls coming up on the other side. We'll get into the latest on the Yankees. I am absolutely disgusted with something I heard Michael Kay say yesterday on his show about what Aaron Judge could be alluding to when he talks about the Yankees not having the right focus. So we'll get to that. Certainly the latest on the Knicks in free agency following the moves around the league. Jaylen Brown to the Philadelphia 76ers, and people in Boston are melting down like we are because of the heat here in New York over that. So we'll get to that. Again, Jake Asman in for Rick and Dave. Number to call to be part of our show is 800-919-ESPN. Coming right back right here on 880 ESPN New York.
On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game, because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute, so you're still in on it until the final whistle. So if you're looking to get in on the biggest tournament in the world, now is your time. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute, so you're still in on it until the final whistle. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game. Must be 21 and older and physically present in New York. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY at 467369.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Hey, it's Michael K. I love when I get to talk about PC Richard & Son. This has been my go-to store for years now. They're local, they're family-owned, and they truly care about their customers. And you know how I love to support our local businesses. Always have. And you should too. During their July 4th sale, save big on appliances from all the top brands, up to 40% off. In fact, the more you buy, the more you save, with up to 20% in additional savings on select appliances. So do what I do and get to PC Richard & Son today.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code FOCUS to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code FOCUS to borrow up to $10,000. Use code FOCUS to borrow up to $10,000.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222. You'll receive the maximum tax deduction, and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Congratulations, New York. The Knicks did it. Through battle after battle, they dominated to become this year's NBA champions. Day in and day out, the hard work paid off, and you were there every step of the way. Enjoy the crown. Own it, because this year is your year. A part of your legacy that will never be forgotten. So celebrate this moment, show your pride, and shop the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
This is Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg.
David Stearns won't say it, but this is his fault. This is all on him. This is all about the roster. You have the president of player personnel now leading the show to evaluate what the heck's wrong with this roster. Right now, with the target directly at his chest, is David Stearns. And what happens moving forward is all about whether he stays or goes.
Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg. Weekdays at 3 on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
The day before, July 4th. Happy 4th weekend, everybody. Jake Asman in for Dave and Rick. Neither of them passed out due to heat exhaustion yesterday at the Beach Bash. I don't think anyone did. I know Michael K basically had like a death pool going on his show, which host would pass out, and I don't think anyone did. So it's a big win for the station. Again, shout out to everyone who was down at Bar A yesterday. It looked like a great turnout, and a couple people in the YouTube chat say they were one of the 9 people who scored a goal on Rick in the net. So if you're watching the show on YouTube and Apparently, Rick was 21 out of 30 in the saves in the soccer net. A couple people in the chat said they were the ones who scored on Rick.
Let it ride.
What if I just don't talk for the rest of the show and then we just play that? Or this.
Save DiPietro!
Which apparently 21 times that happened yesterday down at Bar A.
Yeah, but 9 times this happened.
Hit it again.
Oh, boy.
But 18 seconds there? Not too shabby.
It's cut in half. The original cut is 22.
All right. Pretty good. 800-919-3776. It is hot today. Everyone knows that by now. Taylor Swift's wedding is tonight. But people think that the Knicks starting 5 was invited to the wedding. Page 6 reported that. I saw a tweet during the break from Josh Hart saying, fake news, because Jeremy Sohan, who's on the team, responded to one of the NBA aggregator accounts saying that the Knicks starting 5 has been invited to Swift's wedding. And he wrote, what about me? At Josh Hart, can I be your +1? And Josh Hart said, LOL, bro, this is fake news. So the Knicks starting 5 was not invited to Taylor Swift's wedding. Ray, does your press pass or MSG ID badge work for the Garden tonight if you're going to try and go to the wedding?
No, and even if it did, there's a strict no wedding crashers policy to this thing, so I will not be testing that. Under no circumstances will I be doing that.
Doesn't every wedding have a no wedding crasher policy?
Well, this one more than others.
Just because of the security, or they have real mechanisms in place for no wedding crashers specifically?
I don't know, and I don't care to find out.
The amount of streets closed down.
I got to tell you, I'm the furthest thing from a Swiftie. I could not be less invested in this. Congratulations to the happy couple. I do not care. I'll be staying away from Midtown.
What's fascinating is the security around MSG, the street closures. It's like Trump again is going to Game 3 of the NBA Finals.
I can tell you how much fun that was getting in the building that day.
Yeah, it took me a good hour and change to get in, for sure. But
telling the NYPD and the Secret Service, no, you don't understand. I produced the game broadcast. I need to go here.
It was quite the mess. Thank God they won, because the last thing we needed was the Knicks to lose, and people are trying to blame that as a reason, but whatever. NBA champs, baby. We'll get into the Knicks coming up in the next hour, but we started with the Mets after Steve Cohen's comments on the baseball podcast with Joel Sherman and John Heyman of the New York Post, and there's certainly a lot of questions following what Steve Cohen said about the future, the direction going forward for the Mets. Let's say hello to Subi in Midtown, who's first up this morning on DNR with Jake Asman. Hello, Subi.
Hey, Jake, regarding the Mets, it's pretty simple. When I see throughout Major League Baseball, especially teams like the Cubs, Phillies, who turned it around, especially the Cubs with PCW, that guy can really mash the ball and get around the bases. So when they decided to let Pete go, they didn't have any alternative as a master home run guy. So isn't that the whole point, is that they should have a solution, like a definitive solution, whoever they were bringing in could produce, and those players that they were going to bring in, there was no promise that they were going to do well. And to Steve Cohen, he's not any better than the Wilpons, in my opinion, right now. Because at least the Wilpons brought in players, whether it be Curtis Granderson or other players who were like 30 home run guys. Right now, they don't even have a 30 home run guy. And I feel like Juan Soto, he's going to opt out, and I don't think he's going to be happy in the next couple of years with losing. He's not going to be used to that. That's all I got to say.
Well, I mean, he's paid to produce, and he's produced. I think if you gave Juan Soto a truth serum, though, when he said he chose the Mets because he believed in their future more than the Yankees, I think he would probably say, yeah, I take that one back. We all know why he chose the Mets. There's nothing wrong with him taking the money, but that hasn't exactly played out the way I think he thought it would to this point. But I won't go as far as saying Cohen is no better than the Wilpons, because I don't think that's true. I think the problem is Cohen has trusted David Stearns, who's let him down. I mean, we were led to believe that this was a baseball genius. And even if you weren't sold on David Stearns being this great general manager for the Mets, did anyone think it'd be this bad? Like in your wildest dreams, after the Mets were in Game 6 of the National League Championship Series in 24, they added Juan Soto to the team. Did you ever picture this? Like, I remember Carlos Mendoza was the toast of the town in 2024. And to get to a point now where he couldn't even make it through his third year, that's hard to believe. And a lot of it has to do with just the decisions like not bringing back Alonso for sure, but it's one thing to move on from these guys. All the replacements have been terrible. They never factored in durability, right? They signed a bunch of guys with injury histories. Guess what? They got hurt. They signed guys who are unproven whether or not they can handle New York. There's an adjustment period here, let's be honest. Especially with Met players, right? Every big Met free agent signing seemingly goes through a period where they struggle. Lindor struggled at first. That wasn't a free agent signing. That was a trade. Soto obviously struggled last year before he turned it around and had a great statistical season. But you go through Met history, a lot of their big acquisitions, they struggle in that first year. So when you blow up the whole team, when your offense wasn't really the problem last year, it was your pitching, and then you bring guys in who maybe can't handle New York or getting adjusted, final year of their deal, they're pressing. These are things you had to take into account, and analytics don't always take that into account. And it feels like Stearns is way too reliant on his analytic people and not how to actually build a baseball team. And I think that's a fair criticism, and Cohen is sticking with him. But he's got to adapt. Otherwise, it's not going to change. Some of the names will change, but if the process remains what it's been, the Mets will not ultimately get to where they want to go. Which Cohen talked about winning a championship within his first 5 years. He's owned the team now. This is his sixth season. They're not even close. They're going backwards. 800-919-3776. Now to the Yankees. Michael Kay said something yesterday on his show that if it's true, I don't know how Aaron Boone recovers from this. So Aaron Judge spoke the other day, and he's obviously been sidelined with the rib injury, but he called out the Yankees' lack of focus. Lack of focus. The captain of the Yankees called out the team saying they've had a lack of focus. And when Aaron Judge talks and says something like that, it's notable because he's not a guy that ever really says anything that will generate a big headline. He's very Jeter-esque, and that when he meets with the media, he'll answer your question, but he won't really say a ton. For Judge to call out the Yankees' lack of focus, then Aaron Boone's asked about it, and he can't say, well, that's not true because it's Aaron Judge saying it. But he also can't admit, yeah, that's true because he's the manager, so some of that is on him. But the Yankees have lost 7 in a row. They got swept by the Tigers. The offense is terrible. The defense is sloppy. The unearned runs continue to pile up. And the captain of the team said there's a lack of focus. And you can't just say, oh, it's the injuries. So who's not focused? Well, Michael Kay has a theory on what exactly Aaron Judge could be alluding to.
You know, I got to the ballpark early. It was a day game. And I walk in the clubhouse and I see the media assembling around Aaron Judge. And he doesn't do that often. And the fact that he agreed to do that, he had something he wanted to say. And when he said that there's a lack of focus on the team, do you realize how big that was for him to say that?
That's big.
I mean, that's a reflection on everybody. And then, you know, when Aaron Boone was asked about it, he kind of talked around it because you're not going to disagree with Judge. But if you agree with Judge, some of that's on you, too. Why is there a lack of focus? And I started to think, well, what could be the lack of focus? What are they focusing on? And you know what's a big deal around the Yankees, and I'm sure a lot of baseball teams as well? They are all, like, zeroed in every day on the World Cup. You should be zeroed in on stop making errors, stop giving up unearned runs, start hitting again. That's the only thing that I could think that he actually had to. Where would your mind be other than preparing for a baseball game?
If that's true, how does Aaron Boone survive the latest June swoon, summer swoon by the Yankees? Again, I don't want to sit here and say, well, the Yankees are watching the World Cup, so that's why they have lost 7 straight. But again, like, it's notable that Aaron Judge came out and said what he said. At some point, does anyone ever get held accountable? Again, is Judge referring to Jazz Chisholm? What I would do if I were the Yankees, I would trade Jazz Chisholm, who's not going to be back next year. Oh, I don't care if they need his bat in the lineup. I don't think he's a winning baseball player. Shake up the clubhouse. Do something. I'm tired of the Yankee malaise continuing here, even with the injuries. Oh, but the AL's weak, so they're going to make the playoffs, Jake. Right, but if they don't win the division, in the Aaron Boone era, when the Yankees have been a wild card team, they don't go very far in the playoffs. They just don't. They had a nice, comfortable lead in the American League East, and then they decided to go out there and lose 7 in a row as the Rays have won, what, 7 straight? I'll tell you what, this weekend is a big one for the Yankees. Obviously, it's because they lost 7 in a row, but they got the Twins in town this weekend. Help is on the way when the Minnesota Twins play the Yankees. We know the Yankees' record against them is absolutely ridiculous in both the playoffs and the regular season. They own the Twins. If they struggle against the Twins, is that finally the wake-up call for something notable to happen? Would there ever be an in-season managerial change? Doesn't feel like it, but again, you look at what the Phillies did. Donnie Baseball's leading them to one of the best records in baseball since he took over. They were 10 games under, and now they're 10 games over. You know how hard that is to do in this short amount of time? And you look at this team, it's just it's more of the same that the Yankee fan has continued to experience. I'm a huge Yankee fan, and maybe it's because I've been, so invested in the Knicks run. I feel myself not watching as much as I normally would, not being invested as much as I normally would, because it's the same problems existing for this team. They get off to a good start. They have this awful June into July. They usually play well enough to figure it out and get into the playoffs, and then they lose ultimately short of the World Series. I mean, Aaron Boone's in his 9th year. And it's one thing to not go to the World Series. You know what people don't talk enough about with the Yankees? They don't win the division very often. They really don't. The Yankees used to always win the American League East, even when they didn't win the World Series from 2000, after 2000 until 2009. They would win the division most of those years. 2018, Boone's first year, they won 100 games. Now, the Red Sox that year were a special team, and they won the World Series and all that, but 100 wins for the Yankees. 2019, 103 won the division. Throughout the COVID year, because it's not relevant with the short sample size, but 2021, wild card team, 92 wins. 2022, 99-win team, but that team was awful down the stretch in the second half after a historic start. They did win the division, but we remember how the year went. 23, 82-80, missed the playoffs. 24, 94 wins, won the American League pennant. Great. The league was not any good that year. But that's the only World Series appearance. Last year, 94 wins, tied with the Blue Jays for the most in the AL. But because they blew so many of the games we've seen during this 7-game losing streak, it cost them the division. And that's what's happening again this year with the Rays. They don't win the division. Under Aaron Boone, the Yankees have won the division 1, 2, 3 total times. He's in his 9th season. And winning the division has shown you to matter for this Yankees core. Because when they won the division, those are the years they've gone to the American League Championship Series. Those are the years they've done it. 2019, when they went to the ALCS, guess what? They won the division. 22, when they went to the ALCS, they won the division. 24, when they went to the World Series, they won the division. They don't win the division anymore. And it's because of these swoons that happen every year. So at what point is anyone held accountable for it? Fast start, summer struggles, lifeless losses, the same frustrating conversations. I think there's a lot of Yankee fatigue. People are just burnt out. Baseball is supposed to bridge the gap between basketball and football. The Yankees are so bad in the summer, which is when baseball is the summer sport. And I notice among my Yankee fan friends, it's not that people are mad. It's just, you're just starting to shrug. My question to some Yankee fans out there, I'd love to hear from you. Are you furious? Are you just tired? The Yankees are still the Yankees. The standard is still the standard, but it doesn't feel like the Yankees hold themselves to that standard they once did. I'm not shocked this is happening again. It's happened, 3 of the last 4 years? Oh, but Jake, overall, if you look at Aaron Boone's record in June, July, and August, it's very good. But yeah, the recent history tells me it's not. And then nothing changes. I'm not even as mad as I used to be. I'm just tired of watching the same movie every summer with this team. Again, if they can't beat the Twins this weekend, then I think the alarm bells really need to go off. Because we just assume the Yankees will make the playoffs, and ultimately I still think they will. But there's a difference in being a wild card and being a division winner, and history shows you that. When the Yankees have been favorites in series, they advance. When they're not, they lose. And when they've had to start on the road in series, other than the COVID series win against the Guardians, they don't win the series. Go and look. Toronto last year, they lost. When they played the Astros in 2022, in the ALCS, they lost that series. The Dodgers in the World Series in 24, start on the road, they lose. And again, if you're the wild card team, if you're the first wild card, yeah, you'll get the game at Yankee Stadium. But then you get to the divisional round, and it doesn't matter if you had the second best record, like last year they did, tied with Toronto, you start on the road. And in the Aaron Boone era, that means the Yankees don't go far in the playoffs. They don't advance. So again, do I think they make the playoffs? Yeah. Do I have a whole lot of faith in this team? We've seen this script how many times now? I think there's a lot of apathy setting in surrounding this Yankees team, and that's a damn shame because this is when people are focused in on baseball now. The Nick run happened. We all celebrated. People are starting to get involved with baseball, and here are the Yankees with their traditional annual June swoon, which is carried over so far into the first few days of July. Hour one in the books. Want to hear from you. 800-919-3776. A lot to get into today. We got the morning roast coming up next hour. A lot to do. Jake Asman with you. It's DNR on a Friday, the day before July 4th, right here on 880 ESPN New York.
From your neighborhood stop to the city and back, New Jersey Transit keeps your day moving. Reliable, convenient, and ready when you are. We're on this ride together. So keep aisles clear, use headphones, and be mindful of fellow riders. Small actions make a big difference, especially during travel times. New Jersey Transit. Ride together, ride better. Plan your trip at njtransit.com. Hosting this summer? Reach for Milagro. Made with 100% blue agave and designed to bring out the freshest margaritas. It's the easy upgrade your guests will taste. Welcome to the brighter side of tequila. Please enjoy Milagro responsibly.
This is the Michael K. Show.
I'm not quite sure how you blame Boone for this, and how do you blame Cashman for it? Could anybody have actually predicted that Aaron Judge was going to get hurt and be out 3 months? He's incredibly important to this team. But I will tell you this, you should be upset. They're playing like garbage right now, because as bad as the injuries are, they shouldn't be this bad, because they are bad on an embarrassing level now.
The Michael K. Show, weekdays at 1 on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube. Presented by the Parisman Firm.
There are a million reasons to love New York. Making your budget stretch isn't one of them. According to an independent study, Amazon prices average 14% lower than other retailers. Get food, fashion, furniture, and more shipped straight to your building. That's how Prime members have saved over $2 billion on grocery and household items. Learn more at aboutamazon.com.
ESPN New York is your home for the world champion New York Knicks. WHSQ and WCBS FM HD2, New York.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
When's the last time payroll was the easy part of your week? With Gusto, it can be. Gusto is the all-in-one platform designed to take the hassle out of managing your team, from payroll and compliance to hiring, onboarding, and more. With Gusto, you can get back 2 full days each month with all the time you've saved. Go to gusto.com today and learn why over 500,000 small businesses choose Gusto. That's GUSTO.com. Gusto.com.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code FOCUS to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code FOCUS to borrow up to $10,000. Use code FOCUS to borrow up to $10,000.
This is DiPietro and Rothenberg.
Too early to really make evaluations. And I feel really strongly that if we're going to burn and churn, that's a terrible place to be.
I would have no problem moving on because the idea, who are you going to get? You'll find someone. It'd be tough to find someone worse than what you have seen this president of baseball ops put together the last 2 years. I mean, we're talking about nearly $800 million the Mets have spent to be a team that's going to miss the playoffs 2 straight years. And this year, I mean, they're in abject disaster. This is one of the biggest failures in New York sports history. They're 36-51.
This is DiPietro and Rothenberg on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
July 4th weekend underway unofficially today, right? July 3rd. I know a lot of people are off. Hopefully you're staying cool. It is hot as you know what outside. It's hot in our studio because, my God, it's 100-something degrees today. Stay cool. Appreciate you spending time with us here on D&R. My name is Jake Asman, in for Rick and Dave. We got Ray Santiago, Joe Leo producing the show. And we got a lot to get into this hour. The morning roast. Certainly we'll talk about the latest with NBA free agency, the big Jaylen Brown trade. Bill Simmons apparently had this happen to him.
I had a camera in my and I had Paul George being rammed up my ass.
We will definitely get into that. I mean, that out of context is absolutely hilarious. But we started with the baseball. Yankees and Mets back in action after a day off yesterday. Yankees have lost 7 straight. They're playing the Twins this weekend. If they can't beat the Twins, at what point does Hal Steinbrenner act? Does he do anything? Is Aaron Boone safe no matter what? Didn't make any changes last year. But again, Aaron Boone's in his 9th year. At some point, do you have to win? Or is that no longer the Yankee standard? The captain of the team came out and said that the focus for the team is not where it needs to be. He said there's a lack of focus. Didn't name names, but he said there's a lack of focus. Michael Kay insinuated the Yankees are watching too much of the World Cup, which, if that's true, how does Aaron Boone survive that? Again, he's in his 9th year. Joe Girardi won a championship, and then it wasn't good enough to keep going with him. Had to move on. Eventually, Joe Torre, after going to 5 World Series and winning 4 of them, you had to move on from him. It was time. 7 straight losses, swept by the Tigers. Offense stinks. Defense is sloppy. And it's one thing to play bad. I don't think it should look like this. And that's, I think, the Yankee fan frustration, but it's also the Yankee fan just saying, it's more of the same. Like, why should I be this upset if the guys running the team, the players, don't care? And again, for Aaron Judge to say what he said, that is not nothing. He doesn't ever say anything that is headline worthy. When's the last time Aaron Judge said something where you're like, wow, he said that? I can't believe it. He really doesn't make headlines with his comments. He makes headlines with his outstanding play. The team looks flat, sloppy, unfocused. The manager's got to take some responsibility for that, no? But we just carry on. Same old same. Let's see if Garrett Cole pitches a big game tonight against the Twins, because he was bad against the Red Sox. Let's see if he goes out there and tries, he's going to try. Can he actually pitch a much better game against a Twins team that's not very good? And the Yankees, no matter what the Twins' record is, the Twins could be, world beaters. They could have Joe Mauer and Justin Morneau in the middle of their lineup, and it hasn't mattered in Yankee history the last 25 years. They own the Twins. Twins have won 3 of their last 4. They're 42-46. They're 4 games out behind the White Sox in the Central. The Yankees can't beat up on the Twins this weekend. They've lost 7 in a row. God forbid they get swept, which I don't think will happen, but if they do, does anything happen to the manager, or does he have a job forever? 800-919-3776. Manny in Flushing started off in the 7 a.m. hour. Happy 4th weekend, Manny.
I'm good. Oh, thank you, sir. You too, sir. Yes, I want to discuss about this Aaron Judge comments. I mean, not saying that he was wrong. I'm not saying he was wrong, but publicly, I thought it was really, in a way, it was dangerous, especially when you lose 7 in a row. I wish you could have, explained, talked to Boone about that rather than going to the public. But again, I can't blame him for that, because when your team is losing 7 in a row, there's nothing you can really, say nothing. Just you got to express yourself. But you talk about standard earlier this morning. To me, I hate to say it, I believe the Yankees, in hindsight, have embraced mediocrity, and I think it's not going to excite the fan, because it's been 17 years now since we last won a World Series. It's been 2 years since we went to the World Series, and at some point, when is enough is enough. I mean, if George Steinbrenner, who I think this July is the 16th anniversary of his passing, if he was alive today, I think he would have been livid in my judgment.
Manny, it's all fair. I mean, let's be real. If George Steinbrenner was still alive running the Yankees, I mean, Aaron Boone would have been fired years ago. Brian Cashman would have been fired years ago. It's a different time, and I understand there is something to be said for the Yankees being relevant every year, outside of a select few years being in the playoffs every year. But the Yankee standard is championships. They've won once. And people say, well, it's a crapshoot. Well, then how have the Dodgers been able to go out there and win 3 World Series over the last 6 years? Right? I did radio in Houston, which is a diehard Yankee fan. It was absolutely brutal for almost 6 years. But the Astros went to the American League Championship Series 7 years in a row. They went to the World Series 4 times. Yes, they cheated in 17, but still, they won a World Series in 22. There was no cheating then. They went to the World Series in 19. They went to the World Series in 21. The Yankees, it's not just that they haven't won a World Series since 09. Again, I brought it up last hour. They don't regularly win the division anymore. And when they have not won the division, they've done nothing in the playoffs in those years. Look at it. When the Yankees are a wild card, they never go far in the playoffs. The only time Aaron Boone's team has gotten to the ALCS, or the 1 year they went beyond that in 2024, was when they had been a division winner. When they have to start a playoff series on the road, they've lost every time, with the exception of the COVID year when there weren't fans in the damn stands when they played the Guardians. That's it. So we could say, well, Jake, it's early. It's only July. Who really cares about baseball right now? But this matters, because last year they lost the division on a tiebreaker because they gave away how many of these games we talked about last year. And I thought things were actually going a little differently, because it felt like the Yankees were more cutthroat with their mentality, playing the best guys, sending guys down who don't deserve to be up here. And that's gone away. And I know some of it is injury related, but stop playing all these guys out of position. All right, Anthony Volpe shouldn't be playing. I'm sorry. He shouldn't be. Caviera needs to be the shortstop every night, and we'll see. It sounds like McMahon's going to be back. Grisham's going to be back. They really need him. But it should not be this bad. You shouldn't have a lack of focus. Aaron Judge saying what he did, if that's not a sign that things are really bad in that room right now, I don't know what is. And again, if they're distracted or their focus is because of the World Cup, as Michael K. talked about yesterday, that is insane. Someone's got to be fired if that's the case. That can't be true. That better not be true. 800-919-3776. Jake Asman with you. Ray, you're a big Yankee fan. What was your reaction hearing Michael K. talk about the World Cup being a distraction potentially for the Yankees in the clubhouse?
It's surprising, first of all, because, he did make the caveat, like, it's a thing in all major league clubhouses. And sure, there's something to that. So how can it be having such a negative effect on the Yankees? I still think that the injuries, not having Stanton, not having Judge especially is the bigger effect on the lineup for sure. But the pitching's definitely fallen off a little bit. Your bullpen has always been an issue over the past year or so. And they've got issues fielding. These are long-standing issues. These are the things that's actually been holding them back in all those playoff runs you kept mentioning. Like and again, it didn't show up in a couple of years ago when they made the World Series run, but then in that World Series against the Dodgers, what always sticks out? Yeah, the Dodgers won that series and they were the better team, and no question. But you always think of Game 5 and just booting the ball all over the place. Right. Again, which has been a long-standing issue for them. So I'm not going to blame the World Cup on this per se. I do think there's something to Michael saying that it's a distraction in the clubhouse, but is it more of a distraction for them than, say, the Tampa Bay Rays? Is it an international thing? Is it an American thing? I don't know. I don't know what the premise is in the clubhouse behind this, but it shouldn't be that much of an issue. I'll tell you what, though, if Aaron Judge is as Michael's saying, is making enough of a statement to say he's going to address the media, and we're going to talk about this to the team, that it's not nothing. It's a roundabout way of me basically saying this is not nothing.
To quote Joe Girardi, it's not what you want. I mean, it's not what you want. And again, I think what's so frustrating for a lot of Yankee fans is they do this every year with or without their best players. Like Aaron Judge hit 450 in June last year in the middle of the swoon. It didn't matter. When bleep gets bad, why does it always seem to snowball into a prolonged disaster? And you want to say, well, they get out of it. Great. It's not good enough. I think the leadership is fair to be questioned on this team. And I'm not talking about Judge. I'm talking about the manager. Do you just need a new voice at some point?
It's been 10 years now.
He's in his 9th season, and the team has not won the World Series. And again, people bring up they haven't won since 2009. That's why I wanted to shine light on the fact they don't regularly win the American League East anymore. That used to be a given for the Yankees. And it's not a rite of passage that they should win the East every year. But shouldn't they win it more than just 3 times in the Boone era? And if you want to throw out 2020, we can, because it wasn't a real season. So let's just look at 2018, 2019, and then 21 through this year. The Yankees won the American League East in 2019, in 2022, and in 2024. That's it. That's it. The AL East was a rite of passage for the Yankees. Why are the Blue Jays winning the division? Why are the Rays winning the division? Why are these teams winning the division and you're not? And again, it matters because the Yankees, you can't just say, well, the playoffs are a crapshoot. You get in, you got a chance. Not in the Boone era. It's if the Yankees are not hosting the playoff series, they don't win the series. Last year, they hosted the wild card round. They won the series. Then they had to start in Toronto. They lost. Go through it. They start in L.A. in the World Series. They lose. They start in Houston in 22. I was at Game 1 and Game 2. It sucked. They lose. They start in Boston in 21. They lose in the wild card game. They start in Houston in 19. They lose. Again, 2020 I'll throw out because there weren't fans in the stands. And it was a 60-game Fakakta season. 2018, they play the Boston Red Sox in Fenway. Guess what? They end up losing the series. And this is a trend where there's 9 years of data. So these games matter because last year, the Yankees' June swoon cost them the division, even though they had a 7-game lead at one point, and they had the same amount of wins as the Toronto Blue Jays. So, if they're not going to operate with the same sense of urgency, why should I care as much as I clearly do? If they're going to lower their standards, why should I sit here and be like, okay, I guess it's just how it is. As long as Hal Steinbrenner could sell chicken buckets and the Yankees can make the playoffs and they can make some money there, all right, it's fine. Win the division. That should be the standard. I get it. You can't win the World Series every year. Can you win the American League East? You shouldn't be 4 games behind the Rays with their payroll. The Rays have won 8 straight as the Yankees have lost 7 straight. Of course. There's no one even good in the American League. If there was ever a year for the Yankees to lock in, have their focus be right, and not need to be addressed and called out by the captain of the team, it should be this year. The Yankees should be dominating teams. Even with some of the injuries. Again, there's going to be a drop-off when you lose Aaron Judge. He's the best player in the game. But it should not look the way it's looked. And we've seen this too many times, and it's so aggravating. And as I talked about last hour, I think there's also some apathy that kind of sets in too. Like, we're just starting to shrug, be like, yep, this is what they do, and nothing changes. 800-919-3776. Quick break. We get back to your calls. Lot to do. Morning roast coming up this hour. Appreciate everyone tuning in. The day before the 4th of July, July 3rd, July 4th Eve, if you will. Jake Asman in for Dave and Rick right here. It's DiPietro and Rothenberg on 880 ESPN New York.
This is Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg.
David Stearns won't say it, but this is his fault. This is all on him. This is all about the roster. You have the president of player personnel now leading the show to evaluate what the heck's wrong with this roster. Right now, with the target directly at his chest, is David Stearns. And what happens moving forward is all about whether he stays or goes.
Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg. Weekdays at 3 on ESPN New York. And streaming live on YouTube.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code FOCUS to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code FOCUS to borrow up to $10,000. Use code FOCUS to borrow up to $10,000.
July 4th weekend, America 250. Oh, yeah. Time right now for your weekend weather report, which is brought to you by Neutral. Your shore report for the weekend. There's a lot more heat for today into tomorrow, with a lot of rain expected to come Saturday into Sunday. Temperatures today are going to range from the mid-70s to a high of 101. I can tell you, I don't know where exactly the mid-70s are, maybe closer to the shore, but here in Manhattan, it is triple digits. It will be over 100 degrees. And It is hot out there. I can already confirm that at 4 in the morning when I was up and then made my way down to the studio, it was, in fact, scorching and the sun wasn't even up yet. That was your weekend weather report brought to you by Neutral. Keep it tasty with Neutral Vodka Seltzer, made with real vodka and real fruit juice. Enjoy responsibly. The guy who interviewed Steve Cohen on his podcast, John Heyman, is going to be joining us in about 10 minutes. So we will talk with him about the Steve Cohen conversation and talk some Yankees with John as well, as the trade deadline about a month away, and we'll see if the New York Yankees are going to be aggressive as buyers, and certainly the Mets appear to be sellers. More of your calls right now. Stamatis in Astoria is up next on DNR with Jake Asman. Hello, Stamatis.
Hey, good morning. How are you today?
Morning, Stamatis. What do you got for us?
All right, so I'm calling to vent a little bit about, I'm a Met fan, but so this kind of goes universally throughout baseball, and I'm sure you've heard it before. But at some point, you got to look at the hitting coaches around baseball, and it's the Mets, the Yankees, everybody in general. But when you got a team hitting 064 in the past 10 games, what the Yankees are doing right now, you're looking at a major problem, a dilemma throughout baseball, where the analytic people have taken over and are trying to make it okay, or not trying, they already have, that hitting 240 and striking out 150, 200 times a year is a successful season. And now that's like widespread through baseball. You got guys like Frank Thomas, Tony Gwynn passed away, but, pure hitters of the game, Pete Rose as well. There's plenty of video online if you go watch. I coached baseball for 10 years. And the analytic now is to put the ball in the air, and it's just not working. It's making the game terrible to watch. It's just, home run or nothing. Whereas, the beauty of the swing and the science of hitting, so to speak, has been tossed aside for, a guy with a laptop that's never played before. If I'm the Yankees, I'm going to have to get rid of the hitting coach. And I know it's an easy out, but if any of us were doing as bad a job as he is, we would have lost our jobs by now, So my take is get a guy like, I don't know if you watch, but like Frank Thomas, if you YouTube it, you'll see it. Frank Thomas was screaming at the TV recently, saying that if I see another person trying to put the ball in the air, I'm going to lose my mind, saying that you have to swing down on the ball, not up at the ball, and, how to make a 300 hitter instead of a 230 hitter, things of that nature. I just wanted to bring it to your attention and see what you thought about that, but it's always a pleasure to speak to you.
Stamatis, I appreciate it. I think his frustration is how a lot of fans feel when they watch Major League hitting, just watch games, the lack of approach, uppercuts, swinging for the fences, all that. I think it's a real problem. It just doesn't feel like that's going to change because all these teams, they don't do it. Now, I do think the Yankees need to be more balanced, though. They need more people with a two-strike approach. You need guys at the bottom of your lineup that could put the ball in play. Austin Wells is unplayable if he's going to hit 160. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. But I don't know if firing James Rowson, the hitting coach for the Yankees, or Casey Dykes, the assistant hitting coach, if that fixes things. Because, again, those guys are implementing what the organization wants them to do. But will the Yankees ever adapt? I don't think they will because I think their standard has been lowered. Their standard is now, can we go out there and get to the playoffs? And the way you get to the playoffs, their formula tells them slug, home runs, and over the course of 162, you could beat up on enough bad teams to win your 90-plus games to be, at the bare minimum, a wild card. And I think that's the frustration. I think the Yankees build a team to just get to the playoffs. They don't care if it's by division or by wild card, and I think that's a mistake. The standards need to be raised. You can't win the World Series every year. So I'm not sitting here saying it's World Series or bust. But I think the Yankee fan can expect to win a World Series more than just one time over the last 25 seasons, right? I mean, they won in 2009. Imagine if they didn't, by the way. It'd be the curse of the new Yankee Stadium, considering they haven't won since. Them winning in year one saved everyone from having that. They never should have got rid of the Yankee Stadium, the old one. It's a curse because they won immediately. But they have won championship the last 21 years. And again, I'm not trying to say that the Yankees are entitled to win the World Series every year, but they've been there once. And to those saying, and the Yankees have said this, Cashman has said it's a crapshoot, basically. He said that. I think he's convinced Hal of that, where if they just build a team that could get to the playoffs, eventually they'll break through. And maybe, I mean, I guess they kind of did in 24, but they took advantage of a weak American League, and then when they played a great team, they weren't ready. They blew it. The Dodgers were better than the Yankees, but that series did not need to play out the exact way it did. They have not been to the World Series more than just that one time since 2009. They won the division only 3 times under Aaron Boone. And again, I will keep saying it because I never hear talk radio mention this.
That's what we do, baby.
That's what we do. We lose 7 in a row and get swept by the Tigers. That's what we do, baby. We have not seen
That's what we do, baby.
The Yankees win playoff series when they start the series on the road, meaning you got to win the division. You got to get one of the byes. That's a big reason they were able to do it in 24. And the way they're playing right now, that might not be possible because I guess the Rays are never going to lose and the Yankees can't win a game. Obviously, that will change, but the standard should be higher for the Yankees, I think, is the main point.
But, it's all right there in front of us. The great thing is it's right in front of us. We have it right in front of us. It's right in front of us, right? But it is right in front of us. But, it's all right there in front of us. The silver lining in it all is it is in front of us. It's all right there in front of us.
Ray's trying to incite violence for me this morning.
The great thing is it's right in front of us.
That's still the best one, by the way. What was that during 2022 when they get off to one of the great starts in Yankee history and they nearly blew the division? Aaron Judge needed to hit 62 home runs for them to not choke away the division that year, by the way. It's just frustrating. John Heyman coming up, but let's say hello to the great Richard in Manhattan. Hello, Richard. Happy 4th weekend.
Oh, hi, Jake. Jake, in 22 years, from 2004 to 22 years, 2004 to 2025, 22 years, the Yankees have only been to 2 World Series. That's 1 out of 11 years, 1 out of 11. That's average for any team, 1 out of 11. Anyway, what's happening with the Yankees, put aside the emotion now. It's almost impossible for this to happen. 8 days ago, they were 48-30 on their way to 98, 99 wins. 48-30. They go to Boston. Boston at the time, last Thursday, was 12-25 at home. 12-25. By far the worst home record in baseball. In 3 months, they won 12 games. That's 12 home games. 4 home games a month. They won 4 straight against the Yankees in 4 days. Okay, bad enough. Now Detroit comes to Yankee Stadium. At the time, Detroit has the worst road record in baseball, the worst out of 30 teams. And what do? They sweep the Yankees. If Minnesota, who the Yankees have owned, as you said, for 25 years, they've owned. If Minnesota sweeps the Yankees, I am going to say this. The Knicks were down 2-1 in Atlanta. They subsequently played 15 straight great games. They lost 1. 15 games. If the Yankees get swept by Minnesota, that's 4 Boston, 3 Detroit, and 3 Minnesota. I say this 10-game stretch with the Yankees, at where it came from, as good as they were, as bad as the 3 teams that they played with their records, I think this will be more magnificent than the Knicks 15-game streak. That's what I think. I think this is put aside the emotion. I'm not criticizing. I'm not being a downer. I'm just saying it's almost impossible what the Yankees are doing now. And they'll finish it off if they get swept by Minnesota. That's my feeling. Jake, always a pleasure. Thank you.
Richard, thank you. Look, I won't go as far as that because the Knicks did this in the playoffs, and this is the regular season for baseball. We've seen the Yankees have these skids before around this time. Would it be a total embarrassment? I won't go as far as with the Knicks. I mean, the Knicks lost 1 game after the first round en route to being NBA champs. So I won't go as far as Richard did, but the Yankees have owned the Twins. In fact, Ray or Joe, whoever typed it, just gave me the exact numbers in front of me. Since 2000, the Yankees are 118-53 against the Twins. 118-53. That's 26 years of data there. Obviously, every time they met in the playoffs, 03, 04, 09, 10, whenever they played in the playoffs, I think it was 2019, they've swept them. They've owned them. They own them all the time. If they actually got swept by the Twins at home this weekend, does the clock strike midnight for the manager? Seriously. We'll come back. John Heyman's going to be joining us, talk more baseball with him. He, of course, had Steve Cohen on his podcast, The Show, with the New York Post. So we'll get John's thoughts on both the local teams. But first, before we do any of that, a word from our guy Ray on Champs.
And I've got something to tell you. All of New York needs to hear this. All of New York. This summer, all lines lead to Champs Sports Fan Central Station, a soccer pop-up shop open right in the heart of the city, 125 West 33rd Street. This is the soccer destination, Jake, for everything in New York. Jerseys for every national team you ride with. You want USA? They got it. Mexico? They got it. Argentina? You got it. Brazil? Way more, all under one shop. If you want gear, if you want to gear up, rep your country and feel the energy of the city, Champ Sports Fan Central Station, that's 125 West 33rd Street, and that's where you need to be. And by the way, for all the Knicks fans, Jake, they got all the championship gear to celebrate the team's first title in 53 years.
Boom.
Hopefully not the last title, though.
Better not be.
Run it back. Run it back.
Well done, Ray. John Heyman joining us next, right here on DNR, ESPN New York.
Listen up. Fanatics Fest returns to the Javits Center July 16th through the 19th for 4 days of nonstop action right in the middle of the biggest sports weekend of the summer. See more than 500 athletes and celebrities, including Aaron Judge, Kevin Durant, Jalen Brunson, Jay-Z, Travis Scott, and hundreds more. All at the world's #1 sports fan festival. Tickets are on sale now. Grab yours before they're gone at fanaticsfest.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Do you read more about your team in the off-season than in the season? Does your game day outfit include a brown bag with eye holes? Then you may be a fan of a BST or bad sports team. Luckily, when you bundle your home and auto insurance with Progressive, you're protected. Because seeing your painted face in the rearview mirror after a loss isn't just depressing. It's distracting. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Covered subject to policy terms. Not available in all states or situations.
Michelle here. Look, in sports, the best teams know when to make their move. Sherwin-Williams is making theirs with their 4th of July sale. We're talking 30% off paints and stains June 26th through July 6th. You know, I'm looking at these studio walls. They're a bit gray. I'm thinking I wouldn't mind a little more red in here. Get that Cardinal spirit going. Yeah, I like that. Order online and get everything delivered right to your door or swing by your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See source for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Pros, save more on what you need to get the job done right. Right now at Lowe's. Get 15% off select custom entry and interior doors. Plus, save $80 on the DeWalt 20-volt Max 2-tool combo kit. Now just $169. And at the Lowe's Pro Desk, bring us your materials list and get a quote in minutes. Handwritten, a photo, or even a sticky note is all you need. Keep your jobs moving faster and on budget at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
Congratulations, New York. The Knicks did it. Through battle after battle, they dominated to become this year's NBA champions. Day in and day out, the hard work paid off, and you were there every step of the way. Enjoy the crown. Own it, because this year is your year. A part of your legacy that will never be forgotten. So celebrate this moment, show your pride, and shop the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
DNR with you right here on 880 ESPN New York and the ESPN New York app. Stream the show live on the ESPN New York YouTube channel. Jake Asman in for the guys. The big story in New York baseball right now is the conversation that our next guest had on his podcast with the owner of the New York Mets, Jon Heyman from the New York Post, and the host, of course, of the show podcast with Joel Sherman, is kind enough to give us a few minutes here on a Friday morning. John, Jake with you here. Thanks so much for coming on.
Oh, sure, Jake. Good to be with you.
What was your biggest takeaway from the full conversation that you and Joel had with Steve Cohen?
You know, I guess it was the headline that David Stearns was going to play out the 5 years of his contract. But, you know, that's the headline, and a lot of people have lost the fact that he also said that, you know, he gave a lot of rope, and he's going to take back some rope. He also said there are no guarantees, and he also said that he's going to be doing a lot of oversight investigating and asking a lot of questions. So, you know, it wasn't an absolute 5 years, but I understand why that was the headline, and I get it. But he did generally, you know, show faith in David Stearns pulling this together.
He talked about, you know, does Stearns not get credit for 2024? And if you're being objective, he certainly made some moves for that team, but that was a lot of Billy Epler's players. Just what were your thoughts on him trying to give credit to 24 to Stearns? And then, well, the last 2 years have been really his team, especially this year, and it's obviously been far worse since then.
Well, Joel pushed back on that, mentioning exactly what you said, that the trend line isn't good, and the last 2 years have been very, very bad. I will give him credit for 2024. I get that a lot of the players weren't his, but the signings he did make there were positive signings, right? Severino performed very well. Minaya performed very well, at least in the first contract. So I think he did do a very good job in 2024. So I get why Steve brought that up, but Joel was correct to push back because we're on a 2-year run right now where Holmes as a starter was an excellent move, and Weaver as the setup man has been fantastic. But the other moves, the rest of them, and that's a lot of them, have been really not good at all. So, you know, I see both sides to that one.
What do you think will be, if there is a big adjustment from Stearns now, what is that adjustment? What are some of the lessons, if you will, that you think maybe Steve Cohen is going to try and make sure that David Stearns learns from this disastrous season thus far?
Well, as he said, he's pulling back the rope, so he's taking a closer oversight of things. I do believe he's going to be more involved. As I mentioned on the podcast, that he's kind of saved Pete Alonso the first time and didn't do it the next time. You know, maybe we have another time where there's something to step in. He will. He did mention on the podcast, which really hasn't been mentioned out there, is that he did try to step in on the Edwin Diaz. Didn't succeed. Diaz decided he wanted to go to the Dodgers. Neither team was offering more than 3 years, and you know, obviously he felt he should get more than 3 years. I think the two obvious issues, and Steve mentioned both of them, are the ability to play in New York is something that needs to be weighed and something to be considered, certainly for the beginning. If you sign someone to a short deal, he better be good in New York right from the beginning, right? So, I mean, he didn't mention Bo Bichette, but looking at that contract, I mean, what if he opts out now? He's already had a pretty bad offensive first half. He's been good defensively, but certainly not the $42 million player that they paid for. And also the reliability factor. That should be obvious to all. I'm not sure why it wasn't to begin with. Pete Alonso played every single day. He didn't miss a day of spring training, even after he rolled over his Jeep. He scheduled the birth of his first child right in between games. It was a Saturday day game. The birth was around midnight that night. He played the next day. Didn't take any. I have people I work with who take 6 months paternity leave. He didn't have a minute of paternity leave. So, you know, that kind of thing needs to be valued. Nimmo, too, played almost every day, and he brought in guys who were habitually absent. Polanco and Robert, the two most prominent.
Jon Heyman is our guest, New York Post, MLB Network, host of the show podcast with Joel Sherman, of course, the big interview the other day with Mets owner Steve Cohen. What were your thoughts on the rationale that Steve Cohen shared with you both on why he decided to move on from Carlos Mendoza, essentially saying he put him out of his misery by making the change?
Yeah, you know what? That's one I have a little regret about. I probably should have followed up on that. He did say things weren't going well, as well. But to say that it was a mercy shot, that he decided that they weren't going to pick up the option, I really should have followed up and asked him, what exactly would be the reason to blame him for this. The roster is the problem. So I have to say I'll take the bullet on that one. That's one I probably should have followed up on. Obviously, they didn't think he was doing a great job, but I think as we all look at it, and I should have given him the chance to respond to this. This is David Stearns' team, right? This is his roster. That's the one. That's the reason he's paid the $10 million plus. He has a much greater effect on the results than the manager does. Although the manager does have obviously some effect, and he was certainly not that effective this year. But I feel like I should have followed up on that a little bit more. He did say things were going worse than they had been going. He gave some answer, but I could have pushed back and said that this is really David's team more than Carlos's team.
John, were you surprised that Cohen acknowledged that there were relationship issues last year between Soto and Lindor?
Should we ever be surprised when somebody's honest? I'm glad finally somebody said it on the record. It's an open secret around everybody around that team, everybody, all the players, all of the support staff, all of the executives, everybody understood that these two gentlemen, and they are both very nice guys, for whatever reason, it's really never been explained, have never really been, at least last year, had a rift, had a divide, whatever you want to call it. They did not really speak. I didn't see them getting into any heated arguments, but it was clear to everybody around the team, and you would talk to people on the team, and they would all acknowledge it, but of course that was all off the record. He is the owner of the team, so, this was our opportunity to see what he would say about it, and I think he gave the right answer, which is that things have improved, and I think they have improved, but, have they improved because Soto moved across the locker, or they moved Soto, whatever the case may be? They didn't explain why Soto's locker was moved to the other side in both Port St. Lucie and in Queens. Steve-O actually did have a talk with the two of them, I believe. I would guess it was in spring training, but it was sometime where all three of them were together and tried to figure this out. And I think things are a little better. He said things are better, but is it because of that talk? Is it because the locker was moved? I don't know. But, everybody around the team knew it. Mike Puma had reported it. And, of course, the fans don't want to think that, but this is the reality of life. You don't get along with everybody that you work with. Look at past teams, even championship teams. Did Reggie Jackson and Sal Bando did not have a great relationship, and did appear that Reggie Jackson didn't have a great relationship with a couple of the other star Yankee players, at least at the time. Maybe they made up for it after they got the trophies, but Reggie Jackson won 5 World Series. That's as many as anybody has won since the Yankee heyday years. Jeter and Paul O'Neill won 5. Not many people have won 5. And so how important is it that guys are best friends? I don't think it's that important, but I do see some fans out there that still kind of denying the reality that they were not close last year at least. And I still don't think they're close, but I will take him at his word that it's better, and I believe it's probably a little bit better. I'm never going to bash anyone for being honest.
John Heyman is our guest. Of course, we're talking about the interview that him and Joel Sherman did with Steve Cohen of the Mets. Here's an opinion from some of the Met fans that are in my life, and I've seen some people talk about this. Francisco Lindor, at what point is it fair to criticize his leadership? You go back to the thumbs down thing with Baez, his fight with McNeil. There were some reported issues maybe between him and Nimmo or Alonso. Now we have it on the record that there were some issues with Juan Soto. How responsible is Francisco Lindor for all this stuff, John?
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I'm not blaming him. I'm really not. I've heard that, and that to me is speculation. That people are adding things up. I guess some of them are not to be added up. I know somebody suggested he and Nimmo didn't have a good relationship due to politics. I never saw that at all. I asked Lindor about it. Nemo's been quoted on it. They love each other. I mean, if you ask Lindor, he's not gonna say that he doesn't like Soto or anything like that, but he's not going to say I love Soto, right? He's not going to be able to muster that, right? I think that was a bunch of baloney. I'm in that clubhouse, half the games, right? At least at home. So I see some stuff that's going. A lot of it's in behind closed doors, right? But these reports that come from people who are never at the game and just heard a whisper from somebody who may or may not be around the Mets. Also, they get legs somehow. But Lindor and Nimmo never had any issue that I saw. Lindor and Alonso had a normal relationship as far as I saw it. It was fine. There was no, is anything ever going to be perfect over 5 years? I'm probably not. I think they had a fine relationship. But, obviously there were a couple incidents. I got to say McNeil's kind of a tough character. He's irascible. He's not the friendliest when he's in a bad mood. Whenever he gets no hits, he's not the easiest. So, to blame Lindor, I don't know. I do think, thumbs down, that was a mistake. There have been some incidents. I don't know. Could it be the Mets? I don't know what it is. They said it was a burial ground near Flushing or something like that, and they seem to be jinxed. I don't know. But Lindor, to me, is a very friendly, nice guy. I see no issues with him. I don't know what the issue is or was with him and Soto. They're obviously different types. Lindor is an outgoing, and Soto is generally an introvert. Although, you know what, Soto has formed good relationships with the people on his new side of the locker. I will say that. I don't know how long they're going to be around, but Robert and Polanco and other guys who are around him have an excellent relationship with Soto. And as I said, I'm around the team, so I'm not going to buy into somebody who's has a podcast or is on the radio. No offense, not that it wasn't you, but saying something. These other people are not there. They're not. I'm there. Lindor. There's nothing wrong with Lindor. People are jumping to a wrong conclusion there.
How dare you, John? I'm just kidding. But
I do a lot of radio too. But it's a funny suggestion. Now I heard people say that Steve Cohen should have done the interview on WFAN. You know what? The only WFAN person I have ever seen in the locker room is Danielle McCartan, and she's there quite frequently, I will say. Give her credit, and I think she's got another job as well. She's there doing reporting. I know some of them go to the games, but I'm not counting sitting in the stands and waving pom-poms. I'm talking about actual reporting. So Steve Cohen did the right thing, doing the interview with people who are there all the time, people who are constantly questioning him, constantly questioning the leadership of the team, and are around the players all the time. It would have made no sense to do the interview on WFAN.
John, let me ask you one final Met question before we transition to the Yankees. The Mets at the deadline, obviously, if they keep playing the way they're playing, they're going to be sellers. What do they have to sell? What would you expect the Mets to actually be looking to try and deal off ahead of the deadline?
Yeah, I think we're pretty close to stipulating that they are sellers at this point, right? What are they going to win? Reel off 10 in a row at this starting today? I am not seeing that, so I'm with you on that. I do think that Peralta will have a value, certainly being paid only, I say only in quotes, to $8 million, a low salary for a veteran pitcher with his track record. I know he hasn't been great for the Mets. There'll probably be other teams who will say it's probably the Mets' fault. I don't know. But this guy has a pretty good overall track record. He will have value. I think Holmes, he's throwing bullpens now. I think he's done great as a starter. I think he will have a value. Certainly he'll have a greater value if he can get on the mound before August 3rd, the deadline. And that bullpen has been excellent, as everybody knows. Do they trade Weaver? That's kind of a big question, right? He's been great, and he's got another year to go at around $10 million. So I think they will hesitate to trade him, but the way things are going right now, they may just really try to trade as many as they can. I'm not sure on that one. Raley and Minter are free agents. They do have value. They will be traded, I do believe. Brazaban is having a big year. Steve is an equities expert. I think he believes in selling high. That would be selling high on Brazaban. So I think you've got 3, 4, 5 relievers. You've got some starters who will get you something. I do think it feels like I think that Beatty and Vientos have talent. They haven't done it. Now, it would be selling low on both of them, but I don't know. Talk about mercy. He said mercy shot for them. Maybe it's mercy for them to trade them somewhere else where they can potentially thrive.
John Heyman's our guest right here on ESPN New York, MLB Network, New York Post, of course, the show podcast with Joel Sherman. Now to the Yankees, John. I mean, listening to Aaron Judge call out the Yankees' lack of focus, I mean, you know this being around the Yankees all the time. If Aaron Judge is going to come out and create that type of headline, something was on his mind that he wanted to get off. What did you make of those comments, and what does that mean for the manager if the captain's coming out saying that the team is lacking focus?
Yeah, I think you read that right. I didn't hit me when he said it, but I think that you are correct. He's not happy at all. I mean, he's been a witness to this, and it happens every year. If you go on Baseball Reference page, you'll see that the Yankees have a winning record every single year when Aaron Judge is playing, and they have a losing record every single year, at least this decade, when he is not playing. And unfortunately, this is one of those couple years where he's missed a lot of games. They're now 12-15. They've lost 7 in a row, and he's not happy to see this. I do believe they are ultimately the best team in the American League. I mean, that's like saying they're the tallest midget or whatever, but that league is really bad this year. But they should be the best team in that league, particularly if I'm not going to say completely healthy, because no team is completely healthy, but I do think they're going to get healthier. Judge, I do believe them that he'll be back at some point. There's no timetable yet, which is not a great thing to hear. Same thing with Stanton after the setback. Fried did look good according to all reports. I watched it, but I'm not a scout. I'll defer to them on that one, that he looked very good to the hitters that were in the box, to McMahon and others. I'm not going to say at full strength because nobody's at full strength, but if they're closer to full strength, they should be the best team in the American League. That said, they've been absolutely brutal over the last week. Terrible. I mean, you could not have played any worse. To have scored 17 runs and to given up 17 unearned runs alone is really amazing. In fact, they're one of 2 teams to have accomplished probably isn't the right word, that I think the 1989 Tigers, Katie Sharp had that excellent stat, but that really tells you how abysmal they have been, and I think they've got that. I have questions, certainly at least about Austin Wells. So they got to get him. They've got to get him right. I mean, he has not been good at all. To be hitting 153 halfway through the season, he's an automatic out. They've got to figure out what to do about catcher, whether that's trade for Jeffers. I mean, I don't think you can. Hunter Goodman's being traded. He's got more home runs than anybody, but Schwarber. But if you could get Jeffers, that would certainly be a big help. And I do feel there's an opportunity because I do believe they're the best team in the league. So they shouldn't be so adamant about not giving up top prospects. If they want to hold on to Lombard, I get that one. But, I mean, look, if Legrand, they think he's going to reliever, and maybe he can help the bullpen because the bullpen I still do believe needs help, although Bednar being out did not help that situation in the last couple of days. If they want to give up some of the young pitchers, Hess, Legrand, whomever, I'm okay with that because they definitely need to help. They need a catcher. At least for this year. I'm not giving up on Austin Wells entirely, but 153, not too good. And they do need bullpen help.
John, I think what frustrates the Yankee fan the most is that, well, the American League is not any good. And we saw this last year with the June swoon into the summer. We've seen this the last couple of years where the Yankees just have this stretch where after they get out to a really good start, they just completely fall apart. And sure, they get out of it, but you look at the Aaron Boone tenure, he's in his 9th year. Any year in which the Yankees did not win the division or did not start a playoff series where they were home, they don't win. I mean, the only year they did was when they beat the Guardians during the COVID year. So, forget, not winning a World Series since 2009, only going once since then and losing to the Dodgers. It's just more of the same where, the Yankee standard used to be, at least they'd win the division. They don't even do that with regularity anymore. And here they are again. The Rays have won 8 straight, and the Yankees now are trailing in the division. I get the injuries are a part of this, but I don't think it should look this bad. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. I still think they're going to win the division. I give the Rays credit. It's pretty amazing what they're able to do. I know the Yankees have got more than $100 million on the IL, but they still have a much more expensive roster than the Rays. It's pretty amazing what they are able to do. I will say this, other than '98 Yankees, forgetting their, I think, was an 0-3 start or whatever. That team was basically perfect for 162 games, basically, at least the last 159 plus the playoffs, World Series. Every team goes through stuff, right? I mean, the 2000 Yankees were terrible the last couple weeks. The 2017 Dodgers, they should have won the World Series. The Astros won with the garbage can and all that. But the Dodgers did get to the World Series. I think at one point they lost something like, don't quote me, 17 out of 18 games, something like that, right? So, 162 games, it does seem weird that a good team can be terrible for a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, but it's more common than you think.
Do you think Aaron Boone's job is safe no matter what happens the rest of the year?
The rest of this regular season, yes. If they bomb in the playoffs again, I would never say that. They love him, obviously. He's been there for a long, long time without winning the World Series, and of course, Steinbrenner always said it's a failure if you don't win the World Series. I don't think they adhere to that anymore. That's proven that they don't. I do think if they bomb in the playoffs, that manager job is tough. Look at Mendoza. As I said earlier, wasn't his fault. He's the guy who takes the hit. But in this case, it's been a long time for the Yankees. It's not all Boone since 2009, but it's been about a decade with him. So if he doesn't go far in the playoffs, I do think that will be a question.
John Haven's our guest. Last one for me, John, while I have you here. Any update on the labor negotiations between the players and the owners? Or are we going to have baseball next year? I know even in your interview with Steve Cohen, he referenced, the uncertainty of a season next year and how many games they'd be able to even play.
Right, you could give the update as well as I can. It's going very poorly. That's what I can tell you. Neither side is on the same page, not even close. They're not even in the same book. There's no progress has been made to this point, nor was any expected. There will be a lockout. I think we can safely say that. Will we miss games? That we can't say. We don't know that for sure. But obviously, MLB is trying for the salary cap, and the players will have none of that. And both sides have asked for the moon so far, and that's not happening. We haven't seen any compromising from either side to this point.
Were you surprised how willing Steve Cohen was to basically just go along with what the other owners wanted when you guys were speaking with him?
Well, no, because that's what I'd heard all along, that they had it was unanimous. Now, of course, they always say it's unanimous, even when it's not not quite unanimous. But it's not good for the Mets. But he said he's part of a league, and he gave the comparison. I think Joel had challenged him on it, and I think he said that if you buy a house, it's your house, but if you buy a house in a community, a gated community, or, you have to adhere to the rules, and he's going along with it. That's certainly, it sounded like he's hoping that there's some time to figure it out, but it's certainly not good for the Mets because their one big advantage is that they can outspend everybody, and they've tried that. Obviously, it hasn't completely. It worked in 2024, but has not worked for 2 straight years. So maybe it will be better for them. But on the surface, you think that their biggest advantage is the fact that they have the owner with the deepest pockets, and not only that, an owner willing to spend and try to win that way. So. In any case, I really doubt that there's going to be a salary cap. So maybe it's not so. Maybe he knows that, and it's easy for him to go along with the group, and he figures there's no way the union's going to agree to it anyway. So I don't know. I'm trying to read his mind now.
John, appreciate you hopping on. Great job with Steve Cohen, Met fans. I know they've listened to it. We've been playing the clips on our station, of course, reacting to it. So appreciate you carving out some time for us to talk about that and everything else going on with the New York baseball teams.
All right, my pleasure, Jake. Anytime. Thanks a lot.
John Heyman with us there, of course. Read his work in the Post, MLB Network, of course. You watch him on, and then the show podcast, him and Joel Sherman with the interview with Steve Cohen the other day. You're listening to DiPietro and Rothenberg on WHSQ, WCBS FM, HD2, New York. 800-919-3776 is the number to call to be a part of the show. We have the morning roast coming up in a moment, and we kind of got that from John Heyman there in the middle of the interview, torching anyone saying, how come Steve Cohen didn't go on one of the radio stations? He can't talk with a couple writers on a podcast. And look, I thought they asked very good questions to Steve Cohen, and I'm not just saying that because John was just a guest. I think the only follow-up would have been what John alluded to in the conversation that we just had. But overall, I mean, Steve Cohen, I think he's almost too honest, right? He didn't need to say what he said about Soto and Lindor. He was asked about whether or not they would trade one of those guys, blow up the core further. And he said those two guys get along fine. That was a thing of the past. So that's the only thing I think maybe Steve Cohen would want back. But he's back in Stearns. He did say it's been a total failure, but ultimately Met fans, they want to see wins. I don't think could really care if the owner speaks or not. The team was winning. Are we ready for the morning roast, Ray? Let's roast away on a Friday. Here we go.
This is why I'm hot. Is the morning roast.
Oh, baby. Time to roast on the day before the 4th of July. If you want to roast, just go stand outside for 10 seconds. Boom, roasted. 800-919-3776. Get your calls in for the roast. Also, you can tweet me on X at Jake Asman, ASMAN. Appreciate everyone who's tuned into our show. Who'd like to go first? Ray, Joe, Leo? Who feels strongly about their roast topic?
I volunteer as tribute.
Ray,
so
let it rip.
It is July 4th weekend. And if you do listen to the show, it's not something that I frequently get into, but every once in a while I do drop this that I'm kind of I'm big on the uniform aesthetic in sports. Like the aesthetic is important to me. Sometimes it's not just about how you play, it's about how you look. And Jake, I'm again going to use your Jets as an example here. Just this is not the roast, but like when the Jets switched from the white helmets, Namath-esque era uniforms to whatever the hell that was about 10 years ago.
Oh, the Adam Gase jerseys.
The Adam Gase jerseys. We can call them that. I was like, oh, this is such a bad, I don't like it. I don't like the New York on the front. I don't like what those arrows are supposed to be doing. It's not a good look. They switch back to the sack exchange look with the updated helmet. It's simple, but it's sleek. It works. It says Jets to me. It works, right? It's a good aesthetic. That's important. The Jets haven't looked too good as a team lately, but as the aesthetic, the Jets look a lot better than they did 5 years ago. That's not what I'm getting at.
Oh, you're right, by the way. It's probably the only thing they've gotten right the last 15 years. They changed the jerseys to good ones.
So it is July 4th weekend, and one of the staples now of July 4th weekend is Major League Baseball likes to do the American flag deco on the uniforms. Like the cap logos, they'll have the stars and stripes on them, which I've always liked. I've liked the aesthetic. Father's Day, you have the baby blue. Mother's Day, you have the pink. They'll find various things to honor. Have you gotten a look at the uniforms this year for July 4th weekend?
Something tells me they're grotesque if this isn't the roast. I have not seen them yet.
So the uniforms are fine. So I'll pull up the Yankees and Mets as examples, and it's the same thing. It's a white hat, blue bill, or a red bill, depending on the team. And the front of the uniform, it's got the word mark, whatever is the same. But if you go to the numbers on the uniform, Jake, I can't read the numbers. I saw Aaron Judge's uniform with the Yankees. So the Mets won. They're going to wear their roads because they're on the road in Atlanta for this one. So it's the gray road uniforms, the blue New York on the front, and the numbers are in stars and stripes, like the logo on the hat.
I pulled it up. I see it.
Look at the Judge. If you didn't know it was Aaron Judge, can you tell that's a 99? How the hell are you supposed to see the numbers?
The people that will struggle with this are the play-by-play announcers.
It's always and this is a constant struggle that I knew was a thing, but I didn't fully appreciate it until I started working producing the Rangers and the Knicks, and especially the Rangers, when you're way up towards the roof of Madison Square Garden, and a team is wearing a uniform that you can't read the numbers for, like what the Dallas Stars used to have with that black jersey with black numbers with the green outline. I can't read this number. Columbus Blue Jays, I can't read this number. Look at these stars and stripes on the uniform. Tell me you can tell if you did not know it was Aaron Judge at first glance. Is that a 99? Is that an 88? Is that a 60? I can't tell what that number is.
Now, are they only wearing these uniforms on actual July 4th, or will the Yankees wear it all weekend?
I feel like this has to be a weekend deal. It has to be all weekend. Otherwise, what's the point? Like I feel like that's the case when they do these.
I think they
it's all weekend.
Might wear the hat all weekend, but I'm pretty sure they've got
the USA 250 patch that they wore at the Super Bowl and the Knicks wore in the NBA Finals, and it's the same patch. It's cool. I appreciate those. Those are good. But the numbers on the uniform, the first time I saw this, I think I started shaking. I was so angry because who thought this was a good idea?
At least they did not USAify the Yankee interlocking NY logo on the jersey. At least in the image I see on ESPN.
I mean, but it is on the hat, which again, I don't mind that as much. It's
the hat
fine.
looks good.
The hat is fine. If I'm not buying the hat, but if I was looking to buy a hat, I would buy the hat. It's a good hat. I like the stars and stripes on the NY logo. Same for the Mets. It looks good. It works. It does not work for the numbers on the jersey. Whoever decided this was a good idea and this is a good look should be fired.
What size jersey are you?
No, you're not buying me one. You're not.
I got a guy in China who could certainly help me give you an early Christmas present, right?
Wonderful.
Got my David Bailey and Omar Cooper jerseys from China, so we're ready to go for the Jets season.
That's one I wanted to get off my chest.
That's a fair roast. It doesn't bother me as much as you.
But again, I just told you, the aesthetic is important to me. I need to. That's part of what drew me into sports as a kid. The colors on the field. Football's my main sport. I became a Cowboy fan. Everyone kills me for being a Cowboy fan in New York. But part of the reason was, I like that star on the helmet. It's silver. I like silver. I like blue. Those are good colors. I didn't realize how good the team was. They were on the way up to winning Super Bowls. Yes, that helped. But I liked the way the team looked.
Can I make one uniform request? It's off topic, but this is maybe the only opportunity I'll have to say this. I'd like to proactively ask the New York Knicks to bring back the green St. Patrick's Day jerseys that they used to wear in the 2000s.
I didn't mind that one. Actually, did you see Jalen? He's making a push for the 99 jerseys.
Yeah, he wanted the Rick Brunson throwbacks.
Which those are my favorite jerseys.
The 99 Knicks?
The 99 Knicks with the blue
black
trim, with the blue trim on the side, the black trim on the side for the blue jersey. That. I loved that jersey. That was my favorite ever Knicks jersey. I was so disappointed when they got rid of it.
I like the Knicks jersey that Melo wore when he first got acquired. Mitchell and Ness actually put out.
Yeah, which is like the slimmed down version of that.
Yeah, it's different than 99,
jersey.
but it has I like that the Knicks featured a little black in the jersey. I think it looks nice with the orange and the blue combination. So I'd love if they brought the 99 jersey back. That'd be fun.
I mean, and they kind of do because the city jersey, replicates it. Not 100%. And I think there's some rule that teams are not allowed to make a jersey that is an exact replica of the old one. So, there's throwback nights and everything, but a city jersey can't be an exact recreation of the old jersey. And that's why they haven't done it.
You know what the best part of the NBA Finals was? The Knicks didn't wear their disgusting city uniforms once.
So, yeah, I don't mind the city jersey. I actually like the city jersey because it has the tribute to the MSG lights on it. I think that's cool. I'm not really a black for black's sake kind of, that you could start a whole thing on that. But for me, yes, the playoffs should be white at the Garden, blue on the road.
Amen.
That's how it should be.
Amen. The Knicks should always wear white at home. This is my boomer take, old man get off the lawn take.
It's the right take.
The Knicks should wear the whites at home, and they should wear the blue on the road. If you want to wear wacky jerseys in the regular season, fine. But in the playoffs, white at home, blue on the road. And I'm glad for the finals they did that. So I was pleased. So not a roast, but a compliment in this segment. Joe Leo, what do you got?
So public transportation has been a topic of conversation for me for my roasts. And this is adjacent to that. So, Jake, you're from Long Island. You go into Penn Station a lot.
Oh, of course.
you are aware of the escalators to go up to the street at 7th and 33rd, correct?
I ride those things frequently. That's a drop.
Yesterday, coming off of the train, walking up from the ACE line, I was blinded by the gates of heaven because the sun was reflecting off of those escalators all the way down the hallway, and if you didn't have sunglasses on, you could not see 2 feet in front of you. So whoever designed those escalators, those people need to be fired. I don't like to disparage people at Madison Square Garden or Penn Station because they do the Lord's work most of the time, but that is a massive design flaw that has nothing to do with the heat wave that we are experiencing. That is just simply like the people in Dallas with the design of the stadium in terms of the direction. That's just a design flaw.
The people is just Jerry. You can just say it's Jerry.
Fix it, because I shouldn't have to wear sunglasses at any. It could happen at any time of the year. It doesn't have to be the summer. That needs to be addressed and fixed pronto.
You're lucky that you don't have your commute ever go through Grand Central if you're coming from Long Island, because the Grand Central Long Island terminal that they built and has been open now for the last couple of years.
It's 4 miles away.
The escalator.
Well, yeah, that's
to get from the bottom of it all the way up to the ground level.
I'm very familiar with that escalator.
It takes a good 10 minutes to get out of Grand Central if you're taking the train in from Long Island. Yeah, that's how far underground you are.
I'll be doing that today because of certain events at Madison Square Garden.
You weren't invited to the big wedding?
I guess it got lost in the
garden.
mail.
Stuff.
I would like to hear if anybody is going to that event today. I mean, how many people are actually invited?
I read it was like 1,000 people that were invited.
Does that seem as it should be? Too high, too low?
Will more people?
I don't know how these celebrity weddings go.
Attend.
Well, you got family, and then you have all their famous friends, and then Kelsey's a football player, so he's got teammates. How many Kansas City Chief teammates were invited?
Imagine you get left off that list. That's a troubling locker room.
That's got to be tough. If you played on the Chiefs for more than, let's say, 2 or 3 seasons, and you weren't invited.
If you were on a Super Bowl team, you should be invited.
Because you would think you'd have this forever bond with them.
Right. More people went to the white party the other day from Michael Rubin, or attend the Swift Kelsey nuptials tonight.
I think if the 1,000 thing is true, I don't think there were 1,000 people at Michael Rubin's house for that.
There's a lot of people at that party.
A white party?
What time is the actual ceremony?
I think it starts in the late afternoon. 5, 6, I saw. I mean, if you go by the Garden, a friend of mine was in town, and yesterday he had to catch a flight, so he was going to LaGuardia for his flight, and the Uber shuttle, that's like $20. I recommend it if you're coming from the city. Save money. It's like $20 to Uber. Boom, they take you right to the airport.
There's people lined up at the airport.
It leaves from right in front of the Garden. So he walked by, and he sent me some pictures of what it was like. I mean, it's the security setup is like if you were going to Game 3 or 4 of the NBA Finals for the Knicks. That's the same exact setup. The street restrictions, it's absurd. That's my roast.
Yeah, I was going to say, can I add another second roast? What are we doing? What are we doing?
Why do they want to get married at the Garden? And again, I love the Garden. I'm a diehard Knicks fan. But like if you're
for the sake of saying you got married at Madison Square Garden, that's the reason.
But they're not the first people to do that. But like this high profile, wouldn't you want to be away from all the media cover? There's people camped out outside the Garden doing live reports on nothing. You can't see anything. And there's no signage that acknowledges it's their wedding. There's nothing.
It's not like it's the Sphere and it's just a giant ring.
You don't see anything. If James Dolan were smart, he should hang a Knicks championship banner right outside the Garden right now. Remind everyone who's daddy, who's boss. That's what I would do. You go outside the Garden right now, you would have no idea anything's going on unless you then see the giant security, fences that they put up.
Where's the cocktail hour?
I think that's all inclusive inside.
Everything's got to be in the Garden.
It is on the floor of the Garden, or it's in the theater?
No, it's got to be in the floor.
I would think the cocktail party's in the theater, and then the whole ceremony's, where Billy Joel and the Knicks get down.
Nah, because see, for me, it's the theater and the main floor are too far apart for me. So I would the whole thing should just be on the main arena floor.
The theater, by the way, is where
our suite being used?
Do we have access to that thing?
Those are not questions for me to answer.
Dawn is actually serving hors d'oeuvres during the cocktail hour later at the Swift wedding. I mean, my God. Here's the thing, though. The the theater is big enough where they were able to turn it into a makeshift merchandise store.
Sure.
After the Knicks won the Monday after the Knicks won the title, I went down to the Garden, the official team store. So you had that was open, and then above it in the theater area, they basically turned it into a second merch store for any item that actually said NBA champions on it.
That's all well and good. I don't know that you can hold
I don't know
a
if it's big
cocktail
enough.
hour for several, maybe 1,000 people in there.
It'd be big enough barely for the cocktail hour, but I'd imagine it has to be on the Garden floor.
And plus, like the theater's like on the second, third floor. The Garden, the actual playing surface is on the fifth. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
They better have it 78 degrees in that building. Mayor came out and said, set your AC units to 78. I guess someone asked him, does that include Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce at the Garden for their wedding? We know James Dolan always loves to hear from the mayor. They have a great relationship. They sing Kumbaya together.
They can afford it.
78 degrees on the AC unit inside MSG. Something tells me that will not be the case.
The ice has been melted, so I don't think that's going to be an issue in there until September. So I think they're fine. The temperature can be in whatever the newlyweds want it to be.
Barbarossa says they should do it on ice. Maybe they should put the Rangers ice out there. Everyone gets the ice skate. It'd be a fun after wedding activity. Bunch of drunk people skating around. The NDAs, you got to sign for that. Good God. 800-919-3776 if you want in on the morning roast. I got one cooked up, but we'll go to Javier in Queens, who has his roast on our show. Javier, what do you got for us?
Hey, good morning, boys. Thanks for taking the call. So listen, this is an epidemic. All right, this is a real problem. The great Joe Leo has even fallen victim to this. I fell victim to this yesterday. I want to roast the Pomeroy on Ditmars Boulevard in any restaurant that advertises serving a smash burger, not a regular burger, a smash burger, and you order one smash burger, and then you do not get a smash burger. You get just a regular patty, because as any red-blooded human American knows, a smash burger is a burger that is smashed. It's very crispy. It's very delicious. And when you get that hockey puck, it just ruins the rest of your week, to be honest with you. I don't know what I'm going to do this 4th of July weekend, because I had a regular burger yesterday instead of a smash burger, which I ordered and was expecting. Have you ever been victim of this? Have you ordered a smash burger and not gotten a smash burger? It's like ordering oatmeal and you get cream of wheat. I get it. It's similar stuff, but it's not the same. I wanted my smash burger. Pomeroy, do better. Restaurants, do better with your smash burgers, please.
Javier, I'm sorry about your burger experience. Have a hot dog instead. Enjoy the goat tomorrow. Joey Chestnut going for
Is Ty hosting today? Because
Ty's on this afternoon.
Yes.
Is he a Chestnut fan?
I don't know whether or not he's a Chestnut fan, but he is a fan of, as they call it, the Glizzies.
The hot dog eating contest.
I don't know that I'm able to guzzle 35 glizzies the way I would have back in the day. Guzzling those glizzies as the buns are being wet.
Well,
like he's wetting the buns with the glizzies going down his throat.
Well, that took quite the turn. That will fit well when we talk about Bill Simmons' comments on the recent Paul George, Jaylen Brown trade.
I had a camera in my and I had Paul George being rammed up my
Quite the show here on a Friday. Calm the freaky down a little bit. I was going to mention the hot dog eating contest is tomorrow. Here's one of my roasts I wrote down. People complaining about it. Stop complaining about it. It's every year. All right? Don't watch if it bothers you. I enjoy the hot dog eating contest. I like watching greatness. And Joey Chestnut is pound for pound better at his sport than any other sport. And yesterday during the Beast Bash, I was appalled that during one of the questions during the Family Feud segment on which sports could you be inserted into and have the chance at being the most successful, none of them said competitive eating.
Well, it wasn't on the list, was it?
It should have been on the list. But no one even said it.
Bowling was on the list. Somebody said, I thought
golf, basketball,
which is insane.
Basketball should not be on the list.
Anybody think, Jalen Brunson at his size maybe is sparking delusion. I don't know, but that is a ridiculous statement. Think you could step in and play professional basketball. You cannot.
That was asinine.
You cannot.
Absolute asinine. By the way, Joey Chestnut, last year, a down year for him. He only ate 70 and a half hot dogs. Only ate 70 and a half hot dog. His record is 75.
R.I.P. to that bathroom.
Man. Actually, the record for him is, according to new data I'm seeing on ESPN Research, 76. By the way, for those saying it's not a sport, why does ESPN Research have all the info on the hot dog eating contest? Because it's on ESPN? Yeah, why? Because it's a sport. Damn right. By the way, here are some notable Joey Chestnut eating records. 76 hot dogs and buns in 10 minutes. That was set in 21. 141 hard-boiled eggs in 8 minutes.
Gross.
53 soft beef tacos in 10 minutes. 118 jalapeno poppers in 10 minutes. 121 Twinkies in 6 minutes. 25 and a half ice cream sandwiches in 6 minutes.
I could do that.
28 pounds.
How many ice cream sandwiches?
25 and a half.
In how long?
6 minutes.
I don't know. I don't know if I buy that one.
Well, okay, so here's going to be my question.
Because of the brain freeze.
And 28 pounds of poutine in 10 minutes. Of all those notable eating records I just gave you, I'm going to play off of the Beach Bash Family Feud that Carlin hosted yesterday. Which one of those records do you think you'd have the best chance at possibly breaking? The answer is none of them. But if you had to pick one between the hot dogs, hard-boiled eggs, soft beef tacos, jalapeno poppers, Twinkies, ice cream sandwiches, or poutine, which one you picking?
It's probably the tacos.
It's either the jalapeno poppers or the ice cream for me.
The ice cream you're not doing. No, I don't care what anyone says. No, but
the brain freeze.
No way. No way.
If you are going to do it, today would be the day to do it.
Yes.
Because most of it would melt before you even had to consume it. It would just be like ice cream soup in your hand in real time. It would melt quick. It wouldn't last long.
How does Joey Chestnut not have diabetes?
You know what's amazing about him? He's in pretty good shape.
Well, he's
not a fat slob.
Right, but you know what happens as soon as the competition is over.
Purge?
Yes.
You think he forces himself to puke?
If you talk to anybody who's been around that contest, the immediate aftermath
that doesn't make it
is
better,
atrocious.
by the way. That does not make it any better.
But you're still eating so much. There's no way you could get rid of all that.
I don't think it's all of it, but
his cholesterol's got to be off the charts.
But to be a competitive eater and you're ingesting that much on a regular basis, and then purging it, no, that can't be healthy. That can't be good for you. I don't care what kind of shape you're in. That guy needs a PCP.
I mean, the way I look at it is this. Bruce Springsteen was born to run. Joey Chestnut was born to eat. And to those who are going to complain later today, tomorrow, oh, this is gross, why is this on TV? Don't watch it because you don't respect greatness. See, if you enjoy greatness, if you respect greatness, you don't run from it. You tune in every day.
How old is Joey Chestnut?
Joey Chestnut is 42 years old.
Huh.
His prime is right now, showing no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, what's the career for an average
competitive
eater? Like, does he have 8 years left, 10 years left?
I think he's kind of like the LeBron of competitive eating. Like
He's listed at 229. 6'1", 229.
Is that before or after consumption?
You know what? I don't care to find out. I really don't.
This man is the greatest to ever do it, and he will win again. His 18th mustard belt, and I look forward to it. That is the Morning Roast right here on 880 ESPN New York. The World Cup continues. Some craziness there. I was going to roast the FIFA officials, but that feels like beating a dead horse right now. We all know what happened in the U.S. game with the ridiculous red card. Does the U.S. have a chance to still beat Belgium on Monday? There's a guy named Glenn Davis who's joining us who is like the king of soccer down in Houston. He's also play-by-play announcer for the World Feed for the World Cup. I know Glenn really well, and Yankee fans, get this. His niece is Hannah Davis. Hannah Davis Jeter. That's right. Glenn was at Jeter's wedding because Derek's wife is his niece. So Glenn's a friend of mine. When it comes to soccer, he's as good as anyone. He's going to join us on the other side. And I will ask him in honor of Taylor Swift getting married this weekend, what's it like to go to a famous person's wedding? That and much more on the other side. Lots still to do. Stuff you missed next hour. Keep it right here. Jake Asman with you, in for Dave and Rick, taking you till 10 here on 880 ESPN New York.
This is Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg.
David Stearns won't say it, but this is his fault. This is all on him. This is all about the roster. You have the president of player personnel now leading the show to evaluate what the heck's wrong with this roster. Right now, with the target directly at his chest, is David Stearns. And what happens moving forward is all about whether he stays or goes.
Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg. Weekdays at 3 on ESPN New York. And streaming live on YouTube.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNNewYorkContests.com.
That's ESPNNewYorkContests.com.
Hey, it's Michael K. I love when I get to talk about PC Richard & Son. This has been my go-to store for years now. They're local, they're family-owned, and they truly care about their customers. And you know how I love to support our local businesses. Always have. And you should too. During their July 4th sale, save big on appliances from all the top brands, up to 40% off. In fact, the more you buy, the more you save, with up to 20% in additional savings on select appliances. So do what I do and get to PC Richard & Son today.
Long Island is more exciting than ever at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel. This July, join us for the Great American Giveaway and your chance to win your share of $175,000. Earn entries daily all month long. Then be here on July 31st from 3 till 6 p.m. when 2 lucky winners will be drawn every hour to win up to $20,000 cash. Then at 7 p.m., one grand prize winner will take home $75,000 cash at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel.
If gambling is a problem for you or someone you care about, please call the 24-hour toll-free helpline at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
If you've been injured on a construction site, then you need a lawyer who knows New York's unique labor laws. At the Parisman Firm, they have decades of experience handling construction accident cases and a proven track record of delivering huge results. Their team has already recovered nearly $1 billion for hardworking New Yorkers. From scaffold accidents to slip and falls and equipment failures, they've got your back. Call the Parisman Firm now at 718-WORKERS. That's right, 718-WORKERS, because your case is their cause. Get the justice you deserve today.
Empower. Katie got a VIP box for the postseason. She worked with Empower to help her get good at money so she can be a little bad. She planned well and was able to bring the whole family.
Who wants homemade egg salad sandwiches?
Even Beth.
Horseradish? Anyone? How about some tuna on rye?
Aw, strike 3, Beth. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Progressive presents ways to save money that aren't bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive.
I can't believe the deal we got on these seats for the game.
Wow, they must be pretty high up here. I think my ears just popped.
Yeah, here, put this on.
Is that an oxygen mask?
An official team oxygen mask.
Well, I can kind of see the field.
Good, your senses are still sharp. You're going to need them for phase 2 of the ascent.
Don't save money by sitting in the nosebleeds. You could save hundreds by switching to Progressive. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
In sports, the tape never tells the whole story. Hiring is no different. AI can make candidates look like an MVP on paper. So knowing the person and the skills behind the resume matters. That's where Robert Half changes the game. Our recruiters combine their expertise with award-winning AI to evaluate skills and fit quickly. Learn how we can find you specialized talent in finance, accounting, technology, and more. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
This is the Ty Butler Show.
This was, in my eyes, Steve Cohen's last bullet to fire before going to the final one, which would be canning David Stearns. And they are one of the worst teams in the sport. This has to be the worst the Mets have ever been in my lifetime.
The Ty Butler Show. Listen Sunday mornings at 8 on ESPN New York and the ESPN New York app.
Jake Asman in for Dave and Rick. Time right now for your weekend weather report, which is brought to you by Neutral. Your shore report for the weekend has a lot more heat for today into tomorrow, with a lot of rain expected to come Saturday into Sunday. Temperatures will range from the mid-70s to a high of 101 here in Manhattan. Triple digits expected today. So stay cool. If you got a pool, I highly recommend it. That was your weekend weather report brought to you by Neutral. Keep it tasty with Neutral Vodka Seltzer, made with real vodka and real fruit juice. Enjoy responsibly. We're working on getting Glenn Davis on, do a little World Cup talk with him. He's one of the voices of the World Cup, calling his 8th World Cup, calling it for the World Feed. And I just was talking about this with Ray during the break. A big reason why I have been somewhat invested in this U.S. men's team is because Christian Pulisic, the star for the U.S., he's a Jets fan. He is a Jets fan. In fact, when the Jets played in London in 21, he was wearing Jets gear and took a photo with Zach Wilson. So he has supported the Jets for a while. Apparently, his uncle, I think, turned him into a Jet fan. He's from Brooklyn. I believe is the original story because he's from Hershey, PA. But Christian Pulisic, a Jet fan. So when he got hurt with the calf injury, I immediately had Aaron Rodgers PTSD. I was like, no, come on. Don't put the Jet curse on him. We're going to need Pulisic if we have any chance of winning Monday. I mean, for whatever reason, FIFA doesn't have a review system for their red card. You have one of the most devastating level punishments for a penalty in soccer, right? Red card means you're out for the rest of the game. You got to play a man down. And then not only do you have to play for a man down, you're not able to play in the following game, and there's no review process.
You're burying the lead here because the whole reason we're here is because of review process. We're going to review a play that a yellow card wasn't even called on.
Great point. Yeah. What do they call it? VAR?
VAR. And I mean, if you're who was it? Croatia yesterday with Portugal. If you're a Croatia fan, then you hate VAR just as much as we Americans do right now.
It's crazy.
And the Colombian last week.
You're not wrong.
I was going to say, don't forget that one against Portugal.
For God's sakes.
And both happened against Portugal. So maybe Portugal has something in with the VAR system.
I hate being this guy because it's like, oh, you're snobby American just like crapping on a sport that you don't know anything about. Like, I don't want to be that guy. But this is part of the reason why I'm not into soccer. I'm not going to do the whole Michael K. rant about how we don't know when the game actually ends because I agree with everything he said there. But just in terms of, like, the fact that it feels like, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys have watched a lot of these matches throughout. Anytime something really cool happens, anytime there's something really exciting, it feels like more than half the time, if not more, there's an offsides call and the goal doesn't end up counting.
It reminds me a lot of watching like a Jet game, like any big play. It's just like, is there a flag? Wait for a flag. No flag.
I mean,
okay,
why,
then we can celebrate.
Why limit it to the Jets though? Like, that's football now. That's football, American football, European football, whatever you want to call it. That's football now because you cannot celebrate when something happens. I mean, what a great moment with Balogun the other day when he had the first goal that was disallowed. He's doing the LeBron James, the silencer. It's a great thing. Oh, the goal doesn't count.
It's insane.
Halfway through the silencer, they take it off the board.
Pulisic had a goal taken away. I mean, you're watching it. You mentioned that what happened yesterday in the Croatia-Portugal game. I mean, it's insane. The offsides penalty in soccer is horrible. It ruins fun. And I get it. You can't have guys cherry picking. There's a reason why that rule exists. But as a soccer casual, I don't even know if you can call me a casual. I watch the World Cup when the U.S. is in it. So either every 4 years or 8, the year we missed it. I didn't watch a second. Like, you can't tell me that it's good for the sport and not having the ability to appeal a red card. Like, again, that was a total hit the screw on the U.S. type of move. Messi did the same thing, and since he's the golden boy for FIFA, nothing is called. But our best goal scorer, Balogun, he now can't play in this game Monday. And this U.S. team, the way they're playing, if they had him, they had a real chance. And they still, I don't want to say they can't win Monday, but it's certainly a lot harder without a guy that's basically scored in all our games. This guy's been awesome, and his story is incredible. He basically is English. He grew up in England his whole life, but his mom happened to be pregnant when they were visiting the United States, and they didn't let her on the flight back to England. So Balogun had to be born in the United States. So technically, he's an American citizen, and that's why he's even eligible in the first place to play for Team USA. Correct me if I'm wrong, Joe or Ray, but I'm pretty sure that's his story. So we have this phenom who could have played for England, but he wouldn't start for England. On the U.S., he would. So he chooses to play for the United States when he was technically born in America and would have no memory of any of it because he grew up in England his entire life.
Hey, however it goes, we got it. That's great.
We just don't got him Monday because of FIFA's fakakta referee system, rule system. To not have an appeal process is insane. It's insane. Again, everyone tells me FIFA is so corrupt. Wouldn't they want the U.S. to go far? It would grow the game. It'd be great for ratings. It'd be great for the success of the event if the host nation could go the farthest it's ever gone in the World Cup, which is actually in play if they were able to win and get to the final 8 teams. It'd be in play. The U.S. could end up at MetLife. Dun, dun, dun. Or somehow, some way, for some reason, they chose to host the final there, which makes no sense. We're working on getting Glenn Davis on, texting back and forth with him, trying to find a time. So we'll hear from him. Glenn has been a TV and radio broadcaster for 8 World Cups, including this one, former pro player, and, oh yeah, his niece is Derek Jeter's wife. So I figured Glenn would be a fun guy to have on to talk about U.S. soccer. Have you been into it, Ray? I mean, I know you guys had the watch party with the station, but have you been locked into all the U.S. games?
Even if it wasn't for the watch parties, I'd be pretty into it right now. All the games are fun to watch, not just U.S. Any of the South American like teams, they're exciting to watch. I know France is the powerhouse. I don't know if you watch any like the France Sweden, and like they're just so much better than Sweden, and they were just kind of toying with them. Let's try Mbappe. Let's just try all these random things. Oh, this goal was this loud. Okay, this second goal was okay. Third, I'm just gonna weave my way through this entire backfield of defenders. Oh, and here's a goal easily.
You want to hear my Mbappe story? So the other night I was out.
Story.
I do. I was out the other night, and it was after France had won during the day at MetLife. So a lot of the French have invaded the island of Manhattan. They're all staying here, right? And you could tell that they're French because they got the jerseys on. And if you want to make them excited, all you have to do is walk by them and just go, Mbappe! And they erupt and go crazy. They think it's the greatest thing. I very badly wanted to make some sort of comment about Victor Wembanyama being a D-bag, but I did not.
Oh, no.
I kept it strictly positive, talking about Mbappe and his greatness.
You could have just walked by and said, I'm in your head, boy. You could have done that.
I mean, when does Wemby go hang out with the monks? That was such a huge storyline? He trained with monks, and he's got the right mentality.
He'll take Tobias Harris with him.
Yeah, please. Tobias Harris, say whatever you want about him. First team all-bag getter. Wemby's got baguettes. Tobias Harris, the pride of Long Island.
Right there with Paul George.
Paul George, man. We got Glenn Davis with us now. Glenn, I was just hyping you up as the guy when it comes to soccer in the city of Houston. Also, of course, part of the World Cup, the World Feed, calling all the games in the Houston area and a quarterfinal in L.A. The host of Soccer Matters joins us now, Glenn Davis. Glenn, appreciate you hopping on. Good morning.
Good morning, and thanks for having me on. Great catching up again.
So, Glenn, I was just teeing off on FIFA for the red card the other night. Obviously, I am a casual soccer fan at best, as you well know. So for those who are just kind of getting into the sport, can you take us inside that decision, whether or not you agree with it, and just how rare it is to see something like that in a match?
Well, I'm probably like most everybody. I didn't agree with it. This is a center forward, Fowler Balogun, who's been battling defenders the whole game. Watching these games, and I think everybody might agree with this, and of course I'm calling them, we see every game, we see these slow motion replays of guys that are missing a tackle, missing the ball, and are stamping on somebody's foot, and nobody's getting sent off. So why all of a sudden is he getting sent off when it's incidental, he's competing for a ball? So I think that, I just think it's a part of sports. It's a poor call. The problem with it is that you lose your primary striker, who's got 3 goals in the tournament. And striker has been a position. Scoring goal has always been a position where we as the United States put a circle around. We finally find our goal scorer, and now we don't have him for Belgium. But what I will say is this: the U.S. can beat Belgium without him. He's a tremendous player, Fowler Balogun. He gives you that vertical threat behind an opponent's defense. We'll lose a little bit of that. I would imagine it's Ricardo Pepi who jumps into the lineup. It's his moment now. But I'm not sure, but I imagine that's what will happen. And I guarantee you, these players, based on the way they're working with Mauricio Pochettino, they've all come up to Balogun and probably said, listen, don't worry. We're going to get it done against Belgium. You'll be back for the quarterfinals.
Glenn Davis is our guest here, talking all things U.S., all things World Cup. What I don't understand, Glenn, how come there is not any sort of appeal process for any red card given out? Like if this was a different sport, like the severity of the penalty, you play a man down the entire rest of the match, and then you're out the next game. Like that is as significant of a foul as you could have in any of the sports here. How come there's no process to appeal that red card in case a poor call was administered?
Just the way FIFA does it. Look, I watched last night Croatia get robbed, in my opinion, against Portugal. They had a tying goal that would have probably pushed it to penalty kicks. And supposedly this ball skimmed off the head now of a player that then put the receiving player who scored in an offside position. So VAR, video assistant refereeing, and I remember this sitting on Zooms, all of us commentators being told that this is being implemented for clear and obvious instances. Well, that wasn't clear and obvious, and a lot of them aren't. So now, naturally, we take it too far, right? And now we're micromanaging the game. And if somebody's toe is offsides, it's going to be called. And that's not what it was intended for, but it's now being used for something different.
Glenn Davis is our guest here, host of Soccer Matters on ESPN. Houston's called 8 World Cups, including this one, former pro player. He is the guy, when it comes to soccer, that I wanted to have on to break it all down. In terms of this U.S. team, Glenn, outside of this red card and the impact it could have, the U.S. just being in the spot they're in, what has really stood out about this team compared to other U.S. teams in the World Cup? Why does it feel like this team is so much better than some of the teams we've seen over the last 30 years?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious. Number one, you got a core group of players that are playing in top clubs in Europe. You got a core group of players, the Tyler Adamses, the Weston McKennies, all these guys, Christian Pulisic. Remember, they all played in a World Cup and got to the knockout rounds in Qatar, and they did it as young guys. They banked all that experience. So now they're back. They've been through it. So I think core group of players that have been to a World Cup and playing in Europe. But it's also the coach here who's given them the belief to be a more forward-thinking, attacking team, not to go into games in survival mode or, conservative. It's a high-pressing game. It's what the modern game is about. You got an Argentine coach who is no nonsense. He doesn't want to know about anything except the sport, 100% football, trying to win games. That's why he's been brought here, and he's created an incredible cauldron of just support, passion, unity. He's showing the country that. The players are showing the country that. It's a prideful U.S. team. And, how do you have an Argentine manager, it's incredible, comes from a country that's just 100% soccer. And basically he's said to America, hey, and the United States, support your team. Be prideful supporting your team. And I think it's resonating through performance and through the passion that he has coaching these guys.
Glenn, do you see him being the coach for the next cycle? Because I was reading that there could be a lot of big-name teams from around the globe and all the top leagues that'd be interested in him once again coaching their team.
Well, I know, I guess I've read that potentially he's been offered a contract, but I don't think he's paying attention to any of that. I think it's trying to get the mission accomplished here, go as deep as you can in this tournament. It's attracting incredible viewership. It's attracting new, unique, like I put that in quotes, unique soccer fans that haven't been to the table before. It should be tremendous for the sport going forward. But, I think all of our eyes are on Monday and seeing them get it done against Belgium in one of the biggest games, if not the biggest game in World Cup history for the U.S.
Yep, Glenn Davis is our guest. Speaking of that game, Balogun aside, what are some of the things that, the soccer fan needs to know about this U.S. team and how they match up with Belgium on Monday night?
Yeah, I think it remains the same. I don't think you change a formula that's working. I think it's all about the pressing game, being aggressive, getting the ball off your feet quickly, There are some players on Belgium that I think are less mobile now that you could probably isolate and overload, 2 versus 1s. Kevin De Bruyne, Romelu Lukaku are still players that you have to definitely be concerned about. Trossard from Arsenal. But also, I didn't think they were exceptional against Senegal. I think Senegal really lost that game themselves. Senegal became their own worst enemy. So they know Belgium. I think with or without Fowler and Balogun, this is a U.S. team that can beat Belgium, and they can do it by continuing to do the same things. Be aggressive, play at a higher tempo, get the ball off their feet quickly, and be brave and bold. And that's what everybody's resonating with.
Glenn, I'm based in New York, as you know, and at MetLife Stadium, New York, New Jersey Stadium, as FIFA calls it. There's been
get it right.
That's right. There's been a ton of matches. So where I live, I've seen people from Brazil here. The French were going crazy the other day with the Mbappe chants. It seems like in my conversations with people who aren't from the U.S., they've had a great time experiencing the World Cup here. From what you've heard, talking with your contemporaries and just obviously being in Houston where you've called all the matches there for the World Feed, what has been the reaction to how the United States has hosted this World Cup so far?
100% positive. People from all over the world here in Houston following the different teams. We had the Netherlands here. Everybody's having a great time. It's unifying. It's so refreshing. In a world of bark at the mooners, it's just so refreshing just to see people getting along, having a great time, very complimentary of everything in the United States, from stadiums to foods to culture. It's been incredible. I've been in the stadium, 6 times here in Houston to call games, and the fans from both teams are mixing. I think it's great. And, I think sometimes we get a reputation in this country because of what the media pushes out. But we all know Americans are very embracing and people that want you to enjoy our country. And I think we're seeing that through the beautiful game of soccer.
All right, I got to ask you about this because I'm sure you've seen the news. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are getting married tonight at Madison Square Garden, not far from where I'm sitting in our studios right now. Your niece is Hannah Davis Jeter, who, of course, is Derek Jeter's now wife. So as someone who's been at a quote-unquote celebrity wedding, what is that experience like?
That was a great wedding when Derek and Hannah got married. Let's see. At one point after the dinner, a big drape opened up, and all of a sudden we were watching Boys to Men.
Wow.
The band.
Wow.
So, yeah, look, people, I don't know about having it in Madison Square Garden. That's a whole nother thing. But, my niece's wedding was a beautiful wedding. 2 great families coming together. Joe Torre, everybody's there. It's just was fun. And honestly, it's not about gawking and stargazing. It's about celebrating 2 people coming together.
Absolutely. And Glenn, next time you're in town, we got to go to a Yankees game, it sounds like. Come on.
Oh, let's do it. Yeah, no. I haven't been up. My sister still lives up in the area. I haven't been up in a while since my parents passed, but I do need to get back to New York. But it's every day, all day World Cup right now.
Love it. Well, continued success. Love seeing your calls pop up on the World Feed. You're doing a great job, as you always do. But great to get you on. Thanks so much for a couple minutes this morning talking all things World Cup.
Anytime, Jake. Thanks.
Glenn Davis, host of Soccer Matters on ESPN down in Houston. Also, as we just talked about, he's called 8 World Cups, including this one, and he's calling it for the World Feed in Houston. He'll call a quarterfinal match in L.A. I'm telling you, with this guy, when it comes to soccer, he is as good as any, and good to catch up with Glenn there. How about the fact Boys to Men performed at the Jeter wedding? That's awesome.
Now, that's a power play from Derek Jeter right there.
Would you expect anything less?
That's well done. Well
Who's
played.
performing at the Swift wedding later? She's not going to perform at her own wedding, is she? Will she do a little karaoke?
I'm not going to put it past her to perform at her own wedding. I'll put it that way. Guest performance. Who runs in her circles? I'm trying to think.
Stevie Nicks?
Stevie Nicks? I honestly don't know.
She was wearing that shirt.
Oh. You know what? Unpopular opinion. I didn't care for those shirts.
I don't care either.
With the Knicks puns.
Unpopular opinion, Monica McNutt was right.
No comment.
And she shouldn't have apologized. Stand your ground, Monica. Don't give in to the Swifties. And I have nothing against Taylor Swift, but I booed her when they showed her on the Jumbotron as the Knicks were down 20, and she was the first celebrity they showed. That was the last thing I wanted to see put in my face. Ed Sheeran, I bet you, performs tonight. She's very close with Ed Sheeran.
Okay, there you go. That's in the atmosphere.
Shout out to Michael on the YouTube chat for mentioning him. Fellow redhead as well.
You should go hang out with Ed Sheeran.
I'd love to.
You guys get along famously.
Unfortunately, though, one of Ed Sheeran's best songs, Hard Knocks, and Aaron Rodgers going down, it ruined it for me. So when the Jets were on Hard Knocks in 2023, there was a montage of Rodgers at practice that summer.
3 years ago now? Jeez.
Yeah, 2023 season. Rodgers is carving. You can watch it on YouTube if you want to reminisce on what could have been. Rodgers is carving up dudes at practice. HBO NFL Films has the full montage. And the song they use is Shiver by Ed Sheeran. And it's ruined that song for me.
It's a catchy song.
It's a great song, and I loved seeing it. I loved watching it real time. I had hope as a Jet fan. And just knowing how it all played out, like that song is forever tainted for me because every time I hear it, I think of the Jets sucking.
I could see how it would, have negative connotation for you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that happened to you.
Junior called me a hater. How am I a hater? Because I didn't like Ed Sheeran's song Shiver anymore because the Jets ruined it for me?
I can't speak to that.
How am I a hater, Junior? How dare you? 800-919-3776. Quick break. Come right back. A lot to get into in the final hour. Certainly want to hit on the Knicks conversation. LeBron James to the Knicks. I wouldn't count on it, but there is some Knicks news to certainly dive into over the last couple of days, and we will do that coming up. Keep it right here. Jake in for Dave and Rick till 10 on 880 ESPN New York and the ESPN New York app.
Tickets are on sale now at fanaticsfest.com as Fanatics Fest NYC returns to the Javits Center on Thursday, July 16th through the 19th. The world's #1 sports fan festival puts you where sports, collecting, culture, and entertainment collide. See stars like Tom Brady, Aaron Judge, Jalen Brunson, and hundreds more, including live panels and podcasts, exclusive merch, and Fanatics games with $2 million in prizes. Go to fanaticsfest.com to get your tickets today. This summer, bring out the best in your margarita with Milagro. From crisp, citrus-ready silver to smooth, refined reposado. Every bottle is made with 100% blue agave. Welcome to the brighter side of tequila. Please enjoy Milagro responsibly.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code FOCUS to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code FOCUS to borrow up to $10,000. Use code FOCUS to borrow up to $10,000.
Congratulations, New York. The Knicks did it. Through battle after battle, they dominated to become this year's NBA champions. Day in and day out, the hard work paid off, and you were there every step of the way. Enjoy the crown. Own it, because this year is your year. A part of your legacy that will never be forgotten. So celebrate this moment, show your pride, and shop the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
According to a Google search, Tim McGraw and Stevie Nicks are performing at the Taylor Swift-Travis Kelce wedding later at MSG. And as Barbarossa wrote in the YouTube chat, It's unclear whether it will be on ice or not. I'd imagine it will not be on ice. Also, got some info on the actual layout of the wedding activity. So the dinner rehearsal was in the MSG Theater yesterday. The reception is on the garden floor, which they turned into a castle and forest, according to Evan on the text line. So what does that information really mean? I have no idea. But there's your Taylor Swift wedding update. Now here is your how are people in Boston reacting to one of the dumbest trades ever. Here's Bill Simmons on his podcast describing how he found out about the Jaylen Brown trade.
When this trade happened at 3:20 Pacific time, I had a camera in my and I had Paul George being rammed up my ass. So I didn't have a reaction pod to this Jaylen Brown trade yesterday because I was getting a colonoscopy. And it was supposed to be last week, and I screwed up the prep. And the time they had was July 1st at 3 p.m. Had a very similar experience to UCR where the guy said, right as I'm about to get knocked out, he's like, where do you think LeBron's going? Come out. My wife's waiting to pick me up. And she goes, they traded Jaylen Brown. I'm like, I had just woken up from anesthesia, and I'm not, as you guys know, not really coherent. And I'm like, where'd he go? And she's like, to Philly for Paul George and 2 first-round picks. And I'm like, I think I'm dead. I had a camera in my and I had Paul George being rammed up my ass.
That's how the people in Boston feel about the Jaylen Brown deal. And I love it. Let me say this. Good job by the Sixers, because if Embiid's healthy, which he never is, you can make a case they're now the biggest threat to the New York Knicks. I think it's a no-brainer for Philly. And I think that move is made more about pairing Brown up with the younger players like Maxey and Edgecombe than it is about Joel Embiid at this point. So it's easy to say, good job by the Philadelphia 76ers. But, how is this all they could get for Jaylen Brown? And again, it goes
Couldn't
back.
ask for Edgecombe?
Anything's better than what they got, you'd think. And my thought process is similar to what I felt when the Mavericks were dumb enough to trade Luka. If you're going to trade Luka, that's one thing. But the return can't just be Anthony Davis and barely getting any draft capital. I look at it like this from a similar lens. If you're going to trade Jaylen Brown and, the milk is out of the other, the toothpaste is out of the tube, once you already have the discussions with Milwaukee, you got to make the deal at that point. If you know the relationship with Jaylen Brown can't be solved after you dangle his name in trade talks, then you have to get the deal done. You can't let a couple role players potentially stop you from making that deal. You have to get Giannis. You can't not come away with Giannis if the end result is you're still going to trade Jaylen Brown and you're going to get an aging Paul George and only 2 first-round picks. Who cares about 2 second-round picks? You just traded away an NBA Finals MVP who's 29. And yes, you're going to have to pay him another contract. And there's some talk that Celtics ownership is now cheap and they don't want to spend. But that can't be the return. Again, you got to get them in a room. Brown, Tatum, Mazzulla, Brad Stevens, and work out whatever issues there are and move forward as a franchise, because you cannot settle for Paul George and those picks. And I'll tell you what, as a Knicks fan, it stung seeing Mitchell Robinson sign with the Celtics. Made it a lot easier to handle when you see Jaylen Brown get traded 5 hours after that for Paul George and used basketball. I mean, that's the equivalent of the return here. Paul George got suspended for PEDs last year. I don't get this. I think Bill Simmons' comments are hysterical, but he's how anyone from Boston feels. Some of my good friends are Celtics fans. They're distraught. The worst trade that the city of Boston has made since the Mookie Betts deal. Just horrendous all the way around. But hey, benefits the Knicks, and because of it, we got this drop.
I had a camera in my and I had Paul George being rammed up my ass.
God bless. We love you, Boston. Psych. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 hour to go. Lots still to get into. More on the Knicks on the other side. Do they have interest in LeBron? We'll talk about that coming up. Jake Asman in for Dave and Rick till 10 right here on 880 ESPN New York and the ESPN New York app.
ESPN New York, now streaming live on YouTube. Subscribe today and watch the show. WHSQ and WCBS FM HD2, New York.
Wherever your day takes you, across New Jersey, into New York, or down to Philadelphia, New Jersey Transit gets you there. Skip the traffic and stay on track. With busy travel periods ahead, plan ahead, check schedules, and allow extra time for your trip. From workdays to weekends, New Jersey Transit keeps your routine moving with reliable, convenient service. Ride smart. Plan your trip at njtransit.com.
Hey, Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Monday, July 20th, when the Yankees host the Pittsburgh Pirates, and be ready to receive a traditional Yankees giveaway. It's Yankees T-Shirt Night, presented by Sato. The first 15,000 guests will receive a Yankees T-shirt. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss the Yankees and Pirates for Yankees T-Shirt Night presented by Sato on Monday, July 20th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
There are a million reasons to love New York. Making your budget stretch isn't one of them. According to an independent study, Amazon prices average 14% lower than other retailers. Get food, fashion, furniture, and more shipped straight to your building. That's how Prime members have saved over $2 billion on grocery and household items. Learn more at aboutamazon.com.
Calling hard seltzer lovers. Searching for the tastiest seltzer? Look no further. Neutral Vodka Seltzer is absolutely delicious. Made with real vodka and real juice, Neutral keeps it tasty with every sip. With flavors like peach, orange, strawberry, and pineapple, there's something for everyone. Neutral. Keep it tasty. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2026 Anheuser-Busch. Neutral flavored vodka and carbonation. 4.5% alcohol by volume. St. Louis, Missouri.
Progressive presents ways to save money that aren't bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive.
I can't believe the deal we got on these seats for the game.
Wow, they must be pretty high up here. I think my ears just popped.
Yeah, here, put this on.
Is that an oxygen mask?
An official team oxygen mask.
Well, I can kind of see the field.
Good, your senses are still sharp. You're going to need them for phase 2 of the ascent.
Don't save money by sitting in the nosebleeds. You could save hundreds by switching to Progressive. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
In sports, the tape never tells the whole story. Hiring is no different. AI can make candidates look like an MVP on paper, so knowing the person and the skills behind the resume matters. That's where Robert Half changes the game. Our recruiters combine their expertise with award-winning AI to evaluate skills and fit quickly. Learn how we can find you specialized talent in finance, accounting, technology, and more. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
This is DiPietro and Rothenberg.
John Heyman from the New York Post and the host, of course, of the show podcast with Joel Sherman.
It happens every year. If you go on Baseball Reference page, you'll see that the Yankees have a winning record every single year when Aaron Judge is playing, and they have a losing record every single year, at least this decade, when he's not playing. And unfortunately, this is one of those couple years where he's missed a lot of games. They're now 12 and 15. They've lost 7 in a row, and he's not happy to see this. I do believe they are ultimately the best team in the American League.
This is DiPietro and Rothenberg on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
Oh, yeah. The June swoon is carried over into July. Good stuff with John Heyman earlier in the show. Check that out on the DNR podcast if you missed it. Aaron Judge called out the Yankees. Let's see how they respond. Garrett Cole pitching tonight against the Twins. So is help on the way? The Twins are in town. They lose 3 straight to the Twins. The losing streak gets to 10. Does that actually cause a managerial change, or just Boone have a job no matter what? And again, I don't think the Yankees will lose all 3 this weekend, but did I think they were going to lose 7 straight? Did I think they'd lose all 4 to the awful Red Sox last weekend? They're in a bad spot, and I get it. There's injuries. I understand all that. It should not look as bad as it looked for the Yankees. So we'll see how they perform, but they get back on track later today. Here are my thoughts on the Knicks. Losing Mitchell Robinson stinks, but ESPN listed the Knicks as a loser because they lost Mitchell Robinson and Ariel Hukporti in their free agent winner/loser article. And I say, really? How could you call the Knicks a loser already when the offseason's still going? Do you think Leon Rose is just not going to bring in any backup big? You think Leon Rose is just going to neglect backup center? Here's how I look at it. Maybe it's too much of a simplistic approach. I trust Leon Rose. He's earned it. We criticize a lot of people in this town, coaches, GMs, executives, but when they do a great job, and that is what Leon Rose has done, not a good job, a great job, I'm willing to say I trust their plan. I don't think Dolan stopped the Knicks from bringing Mitchell Robinson back. I think if they really wanted him back, this is my personal feeling, I think the Knicks would have been willing to go into the second apron if Leon Rose said to James Dolan, we need this guy. I don't think the Knicks wanted to pay Mitchell Robinson what he got from the Celtics. They got 8 years out of him. He's a limited player. He can't play back-to-backs. At best, he's giving you 55 games in the regular season. Think about how different the conversation with Mitch would have been if the Knicks didn't win the NBA Finals. And we're talking about how he had this hand injury that could have affected him and his ability to help the team win. And how close he came to missing the finals if that hand injury was more serious. We still don't know what actually happened. I do know from talking to people around the Knicks were pissed off that this injury happened. It didn't happen at practice, I can tell you that much. So I'm not going to criticize the Knicks for not bringing Mitch back because I think they were smart in who they were able to bring back. Alvarado, great deal. Shamet, great deal. Diawara, great deal. Yes, they need a backup big, but I'm not going to sit here and say the Knicks are losers in free agency because Mitch went to the Celtics. And then hours later, the Celtics just traded Jaylen Brown. So write a news story, ESPN.com, and make them the biggest losers for one of the dumbest trades you'll see in the history of basketball. So I trust Leon Rose. Maybe it's too simplistic of a take, but he's earned the benefit of the doubt. The Knicks have their entire starting five back. They've been able to retain some of their depth. And I think the Knicks, whether it be through a trade, maybe they use Deuce McBride in a deal to get a backup big, but either through a trade or someone on the buyout market or someone willing to take the minimum, I think they could go out there and find a backup big. Now, I know people have joked, well, what about LeBron James? Could he be the backup big for the team? Ian Begley on with Pat O'Keefe last night. Here's SNY's Ian Begley on that.
I kind of checked in on that, and what I was told was that the Knicks were very happy with the core of their roster, coming off this title run. They're very happy with the core. So I read between the lines. I don't think the LeBron thing has legs. I wouldn't be surprised if they checked in, but I don't think the LeBron thing has legs. And I bring that up to say we don't know where LeBron's going yet. And if he ends up in an Eastern Conference team like that could shift things in the conference.
Again, I don't think LeBron is going to be a Knick. How do I know that? Well, his close friend who does a podcast with Max Kellerman, he had some things to say. Have the Knicks checked in?
Have the Knicks called?
Yeah.
Knicks checked in?
They checked in.
But will it happen? Here's Rich Paul on that very topic here.
LeBron's always judged different, though, Max. I understand what you're saying as a fan of the Knicks and as someone who has been around sports forever. But he's just always judged different. And that's a very fragile thing. And he's been a part of championship teams. Here's the thing. He's been a part of a championship team with people coming onto the team. When LeBron comes onto your team, I don't care if you just won a championship. I don't care if you've been the best player. It's different, man. His enterprise value and what he just carries is different.
And I respect the fact.
Mike Brown knows this. Jalen Brunson would literally have to pick up the phone and say, hey, man, it's no issue with me. It's no issue with me.
They're not going to do it. Now, Rich Paul in the same conversation said that if the Knicks had lost in the finals, LeBron, there's no list of teams he's going to. He's going to New York. Thank God the Knicks won the championship. I don't want LeBron. LeBron had multiple chances in his career to be a Knick. He ran from it. He didn't want it. And it made it oh so sweeter that the guy who saved the Knicks, right, the superstar that the Knicks were chasing all these years, happened to be a guy who was the ultimate underdog. Just like this Knicks run was the culmination of so many underdog stories, and a fan base starving for anything finally got to see good teams over the last couple of years then become great this year and cap it off with a title. It made it sweeter. LeBron had his chance. Durant had his chance. All these guys had their chances. They didn't want the smoke. They didn't want the scrutiny, the pressure. It's not for everyone. I don't want LeBron. I don't need LeBron at the end of his career trying to ring chase on a team that just won a title. It's not quite like Durant joining the Warriors because the East has made some moves, and LeBron's in his 40s, so you can't really say he's doing anything wrong or ring chasing at this stage of his career. I don't want LeBron. But Jake will play for the minimum. Who cares? They don't need him. I don't want this to become a LeBron storyline. It's about the Knicks. It's team basketball. That's what makes the Knicks so fun and why the city, I think, loved this team so much, resonated with this team. Their team. Their team. On any given night, it could have been someone else being the hero. Obviously, Brunson's the megastar that makes it all work, but there were moments where Josh Hart led them in scoring. Landry Shamet's heroics off the bench. Deuce McBride on Mother's Day against the Sixers. Cat, multiple games in the playoffs where he was the facilitator or he took over the first half of Game 2 of the NBA Finals. All these guys, go down the line. Bridges with the bench unit in Game 2. Bridges with the huge 3 in the humongous comeback against the Cavs in Game 1. Obviously, we all know about the OG Anunoby tip-in and how good he was in totality in Game 4. They were a team. I don't think adding LeBron to that helps you in that regard. I think it then becomes too much about LeBron. I just don't think the Knicks need that. They could go back-to-back without LeBron James. It makes it sweeter that they didn't have LeBron in the first place to do this. LeBron had his chance to do this. He could have been the guy that won the title with the Knicks. He could have been getting some of the treatment that we've seen Brunson get from the fans. He'd be an immortal in this town. Be like what Mark Messier did for the Rangers. He had his chance multiple times. We don't need him now. One more from Rich Paul on a potential fit with LeBron with the Knicks.
I think it's difficult, right? Because the last thing you want to do is mess up something like that, right? The Knicks has a good thing going. That'll be... If the Knicks hadn't have won, there would be no board.
He'd be going to the Knicks.
He'd be going to the Knicks.
Interesting.
But the fact that they won...
I always thought that eliminated them. But the more I think about it, Rich...
Well, it's a player thing, Max.
Chemistry matters. That's what made the Knicks winners. Their team individually, we didn't look at as this great all-time team. They played like a great all-time team. There's something special about the chemistry they have. There's something special about Mike Brown, give him credit, being willing to adapt to what his players wanted, listening to his assistant coaches, Brunson being bought into the team concept, Cat being bought in. I think LeBron disrupts that. We don't need him. It's crazy to say, but it's sweet to say as a Knicks fan. LeBron could have had all this, and you know what? It's too late. We have the top 5 player in the sport. We have the best closer in the sport. There's no one you want in the NBA with the ball in his hands with 5 minutes to go in a close game than Jalen Brunson. No one. He's a hybrid of Derek Jeter and Mariano Rivera in a player. The mentality, how they act. He's got Kobe in him, just with the killer instincts. Like, they got the guy and the team around him, and you don't need LeBron James at age 41 disrupting it. If I'm LeBron, I would go back to Cleveland for my final year. That's the team you're going to be most known for. That's the team that obviously drafted you. You won your championship with them there. That was the first in 50-something years. Yes, he won 2 in Miami. Yes, he won 1 with the Lakers. But he's going to be remembered for his Cavs tenure more than the other teams. That's where I'd go. Because if you don't win a ring there, you're going to be beloved and get the respect on the way out. And you have a chance to compete there. I don't buy into Cleveland with James Harden, a big part of their team, but they'd have a shot with LeBron. That's what I would do. Go play one more year in Cleveland and retire a Cav. And that's how it should end for him. I think if he goes to the Warriors, it sounds nice on paper, but they're not all going to be healthy. They don't have enough. I'd go back to Cleveland. That's what I would do if I were LeBron. One more on the Knicks before we get to some stuff you missed. Here's Ian Begley on what's next for the Knicks after losing Mitch.
Karl-Anthony Towns, extension eligible. I believe Josh Hart will be extension eligible too, but Towns would be the big one just because of his contract and what an extension might look like. What is he interested in an extension? I think that if I'm just guessing, I would guess that they'll find some common ground and figure something out. So that's the biggest one in terms of starting five, and then, you want to see what you can do with Josh Hart. But I think the idea, right, that this starting five is coming back and that core is coming back is something that you don't see that often.
Again, I think you just have to put your trust in Leon Rose. Put your trust in a guy who I think has proven he knows what he's doing. And that's where I'm putting my trust in. On Leon Rose to go out there and find a backup big, get the extension done with Towns, which I do think will happen. I think this Knicks run is not just one and done. I think they're set up again, and some of it is you got to be healthy to do it. We saw how quickly things could change. Just ask an Indiana fan with Halliburton. But they're set up to be very good again. And yes, losing Mitchell Robinson stings, but I don't blame the Knicks for not wanting to pay him that. I don't. And I like Mitch, but you got 8 years out of him. He's a limited player. I think they'll find a way to get someone that could fill in and be a competent backup big. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time right now for Stuff You Missed with our guy, Joe Leo.
Now,
Walk-up three-pointer. He got it! See ya! Put it in the box!
the you missed.
All right, we'll start here because we've been talking about LeBron. With Jaylen Brown in Philadelphia, the question now becomes, where's LeBron James going to play? Is it going to be Philly? Our Shams Charania was on SportsCenter last night and had these comments about the LeBron sweepstakes, part 3.
The Sixers are pitching LeBron James and his agent Rich Paul at Clutch Sports in the wake of getting Jaylen Brown aboard. We know the face of this team, Tyrese Maxey, he has a relationship with LeBron James. But listen, the Sixers are a late inclusion in this process. Over the last 24, 48 hours, teams around the league that I speak to, this has been Cleveland, Golden State, Miami as far as the teams that make the most logical sense for LeBron James. There's always going to be one or two others, right? A team like the Sixers.
I mean, look, it'd be interesting if he went to Philly. I don't see it.
Go right to Philly. Go right to Knicks in 5 regardless.
Power rank those teams.
How about that?
Warriors, Cavaliers, Heat, Sixers.
What am I power ranking? Like the best team with him on it?
Yes, the best team with him on it.
It's probably Philly, right?
Yeah, it's probably Philly.
I mean, going back to Miami would be interesting.
I wanted to say this when you were talking about Philly, like with Embiid healthy. I'd almost prefer Embiid to be healthy because, like, when is that ever going to happen? I think we've been saying that for 10 years. But there's only one ball. There's only one ball. I don't know, and I don't. That team is not going to have the chemistry that, say, the Knicks do.
It's going to take time.
Not scared of them.
I agree.
Of them. I'll put that out there right now on July 3rd.
But their ceiling might be the highest if you went there.
Sure.
Like if it actually all clicked, it could be Philly.
Sure. If it all clicks, I'm not. Don't hold your breath on that one.
Believe me, I think again his days of leading a team to glory are finished. I'd go back to Cleveland and get the proper send off. That's what I would do.
The best fit is Cleveland. Swap him out for James Harden. That's just me.
Well, that part's not happening.
It'd be him with James Harden.
It'd be him
Donovan.
with Harden. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting fit. Anthony Simons is actually going to Philly on a 2-year, $12.3 million
That's
contract
an interesting one.
with the Sixers, so they get a backup point guard. Tari Eason gets a new 5-year, $81.5 million contract to stay in your old stomping grounds, Jake. Houston. New Orleans Pelicans have made some news. Apparently, Yves Missi, center for the Pelicans, who averaged 9 points and 8 rebounds in just over 26 minutes last year with New Orleans, is apparently untouchable for an option with the Knicks as a Mitchell Robinson pivot. Jake, do you think a guy who's averaging 9 and 8 should be an untouchable asset for anybody in the league?
This report is so insane to me because when do you ever get like breaking news about like a team calling and rejecting other teams' offers? Like who leaked
and the
this?
Knicks of all teams.
It's like they're trying to make the Knicks look bad because they inquired about a possible backup big. Like honestly, good job by Leon Rose for doing his job. Woohoo! Like this was like, oh man, the Pelicans really showed the Knicks that they're not going to make a deal with them. Okay, you're the Pelicans. You stink. Everything should be on the table for you.
I went back just to see if Yves Missi had like a career day against the Knicks or something like that. No, it was sort of run-of-the-mill average. So it wasn't like a situation where Leon Rose saw him in a game against the Knicks. It was like, we have to have this guy.
It's crazy. Chris Haynes' tweets like the Knicks have tried feverishly to trade for Pelican center Yves Missi, but they've been rejected multiple times. Like, really, Chris Haynes? What agent is feeding you that? What GM is feeding you that? What is the purpose of that tweet? But I digress.
That seems like a New Orleans thing, but I digress. The U.S. and Bosnia game, and Herzegovina as well.
Right, 2 countries against 1. We still won.
On Wednesday, that set a record for the most watched English language soccer telecast with an average of 24.4 million and a peak of 31.8. The previous record holder was the U.S. women's national team in 2015 with 22.3 million. In comparison, this past NBA Finals between the Knicks and Spurs, that averaged 20.6 over the course of that 5-game series.
Wow. People are into the soccer.
I, for one, watch on Telemundo, but that's just me.
Did you actually watch on Telemundo?
I do. I prefer it that way.
Do you speak Spanish, Jolio?
Not really.
Not the stereotype, but shouldn't you be more on the Italian side?
Well, they're not in it this year. I would if there was a broadcast given
Fair.
me and they were in, but sorry, they're not.
Sorry to hear that.
Thanks to B&H.
Man.
This one's a troubling one in the world of baseball. Washington National right-hander Cade Cavalli and Red Sox first baseman Wilson Contreras have both been suspended for 7 games in their roles in a bench-clearing brawl, I'll put in air quotes, on Tuesday night in Fenway. Contreras charged the mound following a strikeout on a 3-2 pitch. Cavalli shouted at him, "Sit down, boy," and that the boy connotation in this country over the last, millennia has a negative connotation, and Cavalli said this in a statement on Wednesday: "My teammates know who I am. My family knows me. This organization knows me. I couldn't sleep because of it. It hurts my heart knowing that if a 13-year-old black kid in D.C. that sees that has looked up to me and thinks that he's perceived me in a certain way, that wasn't intended for that way. It wasn't intended for the way that it came out, and he's just not looking up to me anymore. That hurts my heart."
I don't know enough about him as a person to know whether or not there was intent there. I'll take him at his word. Just an ugly situation with the amount of players suspended and
what Contreras is going through, and a lot of Venezuelan players are going through with what's going on with the earthquakes in Venezuela. So it's been a tumultuous week for Contreras, and this just adds to that.
He also was asking to be involved in a bench clearing brawl at some point.
I just think it's his emotions right now, and with his head not being,
a break actually could do him good.
All the way in on baseball. So yeah, I agree with Ray. Maybe it's time for him to take a break in whatever capacity that is, just to get his mind right a little bit. Because he was a little testy with Will Warren in the Yankee series as well.
He was. The Yankees should have buzzed him, but I digress.
He kind of, but not really. In the NHL, an old friend or old foe to both Rangers and Islander fans, Alex Ovechkin will return for a 22nd season with the Capitals, signing a 1-year, $4.25 million contract.
Hockey salaries are insane. They're so much lower than any other sport. It's crazy. And I get it, Ovechkin's at the end of his career, but like the top players in the league make barely over $10 million.
Yeah, there should be a zero added to that contract, but I digress. He said in a statement, "I'm healthy. I love playing hockey and competing to win. I'm excited to come back and join my teammates so we can fight for a playoff spot and have a chance to win." Last season, Ovechkin had 32 goals and 32 assists without missing a game in his 21st season.
He's an all-time great. He scored his record-breaking goal to pass Gretzky against the Islanders. I remember when that happened.
On the island.
Yep, at UBS Arena. And I had a ticket to the game, and I couldn't go. So that's why I bring it up, because it's a big regret I have.
You can frame the ticket. No one has to know.
It was a digital ticket. I don't even have a real
you
ticket.
Can't really frame that anymore.
Nope.
Bring back physical tickets and bring back physical games while we're at that.
FIFA, by the way, has an option online. You could go and customize your ticket and get an actual hard copy of said ticket. There's an option on their website. Pay like $20 to do it.
Look at FIFA actually doing something positive for a change. And last thing, today is my girlfriend Morgan's birthday, so I just want to give her a quick shout out right there. And Jake, that is stuff you missed.
Joe Leo. Well done. What's your girlfriend's name?
Morgan.
Morgan, happy birthday, Morgan. That's awesome. 800-919-3776. We're going to get to some of your calls, plus CP, the franchise, will hop on. We'll talk some Knicks with him. He was very upset with Mitchell Robinson not being brought back by the Knicks. We'll see if he's calmed down at all and where the Knicks potentially look for their Mitchell Robinson replacement. Keep it right here. Jake Asman in for Dave and Rick till 10. Pat O'Keefe is coming up then right here on 880 ESPN New York and the ESPN New York app.
On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. All through this tournament, the betting options on FanDuel bring you straight onto the pitch. Who will score the first goal? How many shots will each team have during the match? It's all right there in the app. And with same-game parlays, you have a chance for bigger payouts. And best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus and physically present in New York. Caught with a gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
DNR with you on July 4th Eve. That's right, July 4th weekend. Jake Asman in for the guys, talking all things New York Knicks. And our next guest is the founder of Knicks Fan TV. You can hear him on Sirius XM NBA Radio, and today on his YouTube channel, Knicks Fan TV. Alan Hahn's going to be joining him at 10:15, so you can tune in there or watch the replay if you want some Knicks talk with Alan and CP the franchise, who joins us now. CP, how we feeling, man?
Jake, morning. How are we feeling on this 4th of July Eve, man?
I think I'm doing all right. I trust Leon Rose. I know you were very upset. I was watching the show over Mitchell Robinson signing with the Celtics. Have you cooled off a little bit as a day and a half or so has gone by since?
Yeah, I cooled off after the Celtics made a boneheaded trade to get rid of Jaylen Brown. And so I'm not as, a little leery in terms of them as a competitor in the East. But nevertheless, losing Mitchell Robinson, the elder statesman, we watched him grow up here from a rookie, a second-round steal, into being one of the best defensive centers in the league and one of the best offensive rebounders in the entire NBA. And so it was tough to see him go, but clearly the Celtics were able to meet his market value and meet his number. And that was the clear signal by the Knicks that they were truly not intending to cross over the dreaded second apron.
Do you believe the Knicks wanted him back and James Dolan told Leon Rose you can't go over the second apron? Or do you think ultimately if Leon Rose really wanted Mitchell Robinson back, James Dolan would have been willing to cross that apron?
Yeah, from what I was told, Jake, the second apron, statement by James Dolan wasn't necessarily a mandate. I think he was, wanted to be cautious in terms of not being, just deep into the second apron. And I believe that if Leon Rose had a clear-cut plan that would, have them navigate the second apron maybe temporarily, but have a plan for them to be out of it, that James Dolan would have been open to it. But again, with the Celtics being able to offer Mitchell Robinson that mid-level exception, which is around that $15 million per year, it just seems like a number that the Knicks just couldn't match.
CP, the franchise with us here, talking all things New York Knicks. So what was your immediate reaction to the Jaylen Brown deal? Because I'm right there with you. It stunk seeing Mitch sign with the Celtics, and then all of a sudden I felt a whole heck of a lot better about it. But now, of course, Brown is in Philly. So from both ends of the deal, CP, break down your thoughts on what it means for both these teams.
Stunned. I couldn't believe that Boston literally pushed a MVP caliber player, a guy who led this team, points, assists. I mean, the guy did everything for the Celtics last year without Jason Tatum, and had the Boston Celtics in the second seed in the Eastern Conference. And so if you want to tell me that, okay, they're going to try to push for Giannis and maybe trade Jaylen Brown, even on that front, I said, I don't really like that move, but, you're trying to trade for another superstar, that's fine. But to go out there and sell your fan base that Paul George and a couple of draft picks is a better fit long-term for the franchise, I'm not buying that. I just don't. And the whole analytics spin that you're hearing for the past couple of days, the guy already won you a championship. Just 3 years ago, the guy won you a championship and a finals MVP. And now you're trying to say that, well, analytically, he's not good for the team. I mean, that's just a bunch of nonsense. And so a lot of players, former player Antoine Walker came out with a theory that, this was a management decision. This was a cost-cutting exercise here by the Boston Celtics, who said, hey, listen, we were able to get the most out of this team last year under the leadership of Joe Mazzulla and Brad Stevens. Let's try it again now. And that seems like the direction they're going. For Philadelphia, they've certainly gotten a lot stronger. Adding Jaylen Brown, you have a bona fide star there that can help Maxey with his scoring. You have to expect VJ Edgecombe to level up in his sophomore year. And then they just signed Anthony Simons, who can provide some firepower off of their bench. If Joel Embiid stays healthy, you have to give Philadelphia their respect as a potential Eastern Conference contender. But it is also a lot of mouths to feed there, Jake. And one of the things where Paul George was able to slide in well for them last year was that he can kind of play a little bit more off ball. We'll have to see how they make it work with Jaylen Brown, with Embiid, with Tyrese Maxey, and even a VJ Edgecombe. It's a lot of guys that are going to want the ball to score. And so we'll see if Nick Nurse is up for the challenge.
Is Philly, in your opinion, now the team to beat? Or not the team to beat, but the Knicks' biggest threat, I should say? Like, how do you power rank the Eastern Conference as things currently stand right now?
Yeah, from a talent level, you have to put them right up there. I mean, even though Miami traded for Giannis, I think they have no firepower, especially after losing Norman Powell to the Chicago Bulls in a 2-year deal. Miami is scrambling for three-point shooting so much so that they have to settle for Tim Hardaway Jr. to fill his father's shoes there in Miami. So, we'll see if they go get LeBron or what else they have up their sleeve. But it just seems like Miami may be a year or so away from being a true contender. We have to see what's going on with Detroit, Jake, because I thought for sure when the all-season kicked off and the Knicks held that trophy up, that Trajan Langdon was going to be hyper-aggressive in upgrading the firepower on the Detroit Pistons to get Cade Cunningham some true help. And now they've been quiet. And their biggest obstacle right now is making sure that they can sign Jalen Duren to a reasonable deal. But the offseason is still young. Let's wait and see between now and training camp if the Detroit Pistons upgrade there. But for right now, I'm putting the Knicks at the top. I put Philadelphia there. Wherever LeBron James goes, if it's Cleveland, I would have to put Cleveland up there as well. I do like the Toronto Raptors adding Kawhi Leonard. because their defense was pretty ferocious last year, and they just really needed some offensive firepower. They needed a closer. I was not very high on Brandon Ingram. I've never really been a big fan of his. So we'll have to see where the Raptors fare there. But nevertheless, this is still the Knicks conference to lose.
CP, you brought up LeBron. I was going to go there and get your thoughts. I know Rich Paul on his podcast with Max Kellerman, who you once owned in a very famous debate. Yes. He, of course, is the co-host of that podcast, and Rich Paul basically said had the Knicks lost in the NBA Finals, LeBron was going to be a Knick. There's no list of teams. He was going to be a Knick. So, one, what are your thoughts on that? And then, two, just your thoughts on the idea of LeBron still possibly joining the Knicks on a minimum contract, that was actually ever a thought that makes sense, and just your thoughts on all the comments that were coming out this morning from Rich Paul.
My thought is that we are in year 2026, and a 41-year-old LeBron James is still owning the NBA offseason headlines. I mean, you just can't make it up. Now we are at the decision 3.0. And look, I'm not buying it from Rich Paul. He wants to keep his friend and his business partner in the headlines. I'm not buying that, if the Knicks would have lost in the finals, that LeBron was going to be a Knick. I still believe that this is a Cleveland reunion that's destined to happen, especially if this is his final year. You're hearing the reports that he's ready to make a documentary about this upcoming season, his upcoming season in the NBA. I mean, give credit to him, Jake, because for about the past 5 years, I've been wondering when Father Time was actually going to truly sit him down, and that hasn't happened yet. I mean, he's still playing at a very high level, led the Lakers to that 4 seed last year and the upset over the Houston Rockets in the Western Conference first round. I still think it's a Cleveland reunion. Maybe it's Golden State, but why would LeBron James, want to come to New York, come off of the bench, and be in the shadows of a Jalen Brunson? Same reason in Golden State. I just can't see LeBron James, especially if this is his final year, playing in the shadows of Stephen Curry. To me, you go to Cleveland, you start at the wing, it's your team all over again. The prodigal son comes home and finishes his career where it all started. That's where I see this story ending.
I agree, and I think that makes the most sense for him. In terms of where the Knicks now go post Mitchell Robinson, do you have some names in mind that you could see being a good fit for the backup center? Could it be a trade? Is there the possibility of someone in the buyout market? Just what comes next now for Leon Rose in the front office trying to replace Mitchell Robinson?
Yeah, well, the early rumors earlier in the week was that Kevon Looney and the Knicks had mutual interest. That was by our guy, Knicks insider Ian Begley. Now, there's been mixed reports in terms of just how hot they are after Kevon Looney. We know that he has experience with Mike Brown. He's won championships before, and he comes in at 30 years old and would provide some veteran savvy for sure. You have Nick Richards, who's a bit younger, played in Kentucky. He's made a couple of stops, including the Hornets and the Phoenix Suns. Could Nick Richards be had there? But after that, Jake, I mean, the list really falls off of a cliff. You have the New York product, Andre Drummond, who is available, just played with Philadelphia last year. But Andre Drummond recently came out on a podcast and said, hey, I'm not looking to give anybody any deals. I want to be paid what I was worth. He believes in himself and believes that he's worth much more than the vet minimum. And if that's the case, then you can probably cross him off the Knicks list. And so this could be a waiting game by Leon Rose and the Knicks to see how the rest of free agency plays out. As you mentioned, the buyout market could be a potential area where, there's names that we don't know yet who could potentially be bought out that could be a little bit better in terms of their offensive and defensive prowess that the Knicks could land. You have a young upstart in Charlotte in Moussa Diabate that many Knicks fans are high on, but the Charlotte Hornets are also high on him as well. So I'm not so sure they're going to be able to, easily procure his talents.
All right, last one, CP, because it happened already, and we're already moving on to what's next. But give me your thoughts on Shamet, Alvarado, and Diawara all being brought back, because again, losing Mitch is not ideal, but I understand it from a Knick perspective. I was thrilled they were able to get all three of those guys signed the new deals.
Absolutely, and that is the benefits of winning a championship is that you're able to negotiate from a position of strength and leverage. And guys like an Alvarado, guys like a Landry Shamet, who had offers at higher numbers, at higher annual average values, would re-sign with the team because they've already won a championship. They love the locker room. They love the chemistry. They're high on the coach, and they want to run it back with this team. So I thought that was a steal for Leon Rose and company. For Alvarado, you basically making the same amount that he came in with the Knicks on. And for Landry Shamet at $6 million. I mean, you look around the league, the Detroit Pistons had to sign Kevin Huerter for $9 million per year. I mean, who are you taking there between those two guys? San Antonio Spurs had to sign Justin Champagnie to Julian Champagnie rather, to a $15 million per year deal. You look at Landry Shamet, he's a guy that he could be the Knicks' sixth man, depending on what happens with Deuce McBride. He's a guy that's closed a number of games for the New York Knicks in pivotal moments last year. And Mike Brown, he's one of his favorite players. So just great job by the Knicks in terms of sealing those two guys. And for Mohamed Diawara, a second-round steal who they picked up in the draft last year at number 51, I'd expect his role to increase this year as well. So a couple of things to look forward to despite the loss of Mitchell Robinson.
CP, I know you have Alan coming on at 10:15. Is that right?
Yes, we do. We have Alan Hahn coming on Knicks Fan TV at 10:15. We're going to do a deep dive on more of these topics, so hoping the fan base can join us there.
Looking forward to checking that out later. You're the man. Appreciate you hopping on, and no matter what happens the rest of the offseason, the Knicks are world champions, baby, so it's oh so sweet.
Always, man. It's been a pleasure to listen to you, to see you along this journey this entire season. So keep up the great work and have a great holiday weekend.
You too, CP the Franchise. Host, founder, Knick Fan TV. Check him out with Alan Hahn coming up later today. And, of course, you hear CP on SiriusXM, NBA Radio. Big-time Rangers news that I just saw the New York Post report. Going to just say it because it's a big deal. James Dolan is stepping away from the Rangers. He's handing control of the team to his son, Quentin. Quentin Dolan, it will now be the day-to-day executive chairman and CEO of the Rangers. Of Molly Walker, I'm seeing is the one reporting the story. I'm still going through the findings of the article here, but the Post, the first to get the story that MSG executive chairman and CEO James Dolan is handing over the day-to-day ownership responsibilities of the Rangers to his son, Quentin. Quentin is 32 years old, and now he's essentially the acting owner of the Rangers. Now, obviously, Chris Jury is still the team president, but in the story, it says Chris Jury will now report to Quentin Dolan instead of James Dolan. So this is big Rangers news. We'll talk more about this in your final calls on the other side, plus plays of the week. But big Rangers news, again, James Dolan handing over day-to-day ownership to his son, Quentin. That just broke moments ago, according to the New York Post. More on that next, right here. It's DNR. Jake Asman in for the guys on ESPN New York.
Long Island is more exciting than ever at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel. This July, join us for the Great American Giveaway and your chance to win your share of $175,000. Earn entries daily all month long. Then be here on July 31st from 3 till 6 p.m. when 2 lucky winners will be drawn every hour to win up to $20,000 cash. Then at 7 p.m., one grand prize winner will take home $75,000 cash at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel.
If gambling is a problem for you or someone you care about, please call the 24-hour toll-free helpline at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Monkey Sports, built by players for players, is your one-stop shop for hockey, baseball, lacrosse, and more. Find top-name equipment and expert in-store services like sharpening, break-ins, and relacing. Shop in-store at Monkey Sports in Farmingdale or Woodbridge or online for all the top brands. Whatever your sports, Monkey Sports gets you game ready fast. Monkey Sports, where athletes shop.
If you've been injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, then you need a lawyer who knows New York's unique personal injury and workers' compensation laws. At the Parisman Firm, they have decades of experience handling all types of accident cases and a proven track record of delivering huge results. Their team has already recovered nearly $1 billion for injured New Yorkers. From construction to car accidents and slips and falls, they've got you covered. Call the Parisman Firm now at 718-WORKERS, where your case is their cause. Get the justice you deserve today.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
Empower. After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he can be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Congratulations, New York. The Knicks did it. Through battle after battle, they dominated to become this year's NBA champions. Day in and day out, the hard work paid off, and you were there every step of the way. Enjoy the crown. Own it, because this year is your year. A part of your legacy that will never be forgotten. So celebrate this moment, show your pride, and shop the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Big news. James Dolan steps away from the Rangers day to day. He's handing control over to his son, Quentin. Nothing changes with the Rangers hierarchy in terms of Chris Jury still being the general manager. So nothing's changing there. Nothing's changing with the coach either. It's still Sullivan. But James Dolan is handing things over to his son, Quentin, who a friend of mine that I went to high school with went to NYU with Quentin Dolan, and they were friends. And then he never maintained that relationship from a decade ago. And I remember telling him, dude, he's going to own the Knicks or the Rangers someday. Make sure you stay friends with him. And he did not. So I digress. Molly Walker, who covers the Rangers and the NHL for the New York Post, has the story on Quentin taking over for James Dolan. She has a whole interview with him, and we got some sound from a hit she did with the New York Post digital team. So here's Molly Walker explaining James Dolan stepping down from the Rangers.
It is a big day for MSG Sports and the New York Rangers. The Post can exclusively report that Executive Chairman and CEO James Dolan is beginning the process of passing the torch to his children and handing his day-to-day responsibilities for the Rangers over to his son, Quentin. Yes, for the first time since James Dolan took over the Knicks and Rangers in 1999, he is scaling back on his NHL team and giving the reins over to his 32-year-old son.
32 years old, owns the Rangers. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Here's Molly Walker and what this now means for the Rangers.
Number one, this does not change anything about Chris Jury's job as Rangers president and general manager. The plan is for Jury to continue leading on all decision-making for the Rangers. He'll just be working even more collaboratively with Quentin Dolan than he already has been. There's a pre-existing working relationship there since Quentin has been serving as Senior Vice President of Player Performance and Science for both the Rangers and Knicks. So this is a familiar set of hands who is going to be given a more prominent voice on the direction of the Rangers.
I mean, you knew this was coming at some point. Quentin Dolan has been around the Knicks and the Rangers. Molly just talked about it. SVP of Player Performance and Science. But 32 years old now, essentially the owner of the team, with Dad stepping down from the day-to-day. Any changes for the New York Knicks, Molly?
This does not affect anything on the Knicks side. The expectation is that Quentin will remain in his SVP role with the Knicks, but it is a new era over at MSG, and it begins with the Rangers.
I mean, we'll see what Quentin Dolan's like as an owner. I mean, it's an interesting dynamic because he might be the acting day-to-day, but can he make a true big decision without running it by his dad? Like, hypothetically, if he wanted to make a coaching change or move on from the general manager, he can't get the sign-off on that without Jim, right? I don't know how the dynamics of that actually work, but this is the start of the transition of eventually the Rangers now and then eventually the Knicks still being owned by a Dolan. It just won't be Jim. Just like it was Charles Dolan, then Jim Dolan, and now Quentin Dolan for at least the Rangers. So that is a big story that Molly Walker and the New York Post exclusively had. So great job by her. And a couple quotes from Quentin Dolan in the story that I could read to you here from the New York Post. There's a quote, "I'm not sure if he knows that I even know that the art of management is being able to control an outcome without being present," Quentin said. "Of course, I will be far more present and operationally involved, but this role is much broader. I will continue to work on my management skills and keep that in mind, that ultimately that's the standard I have to strive for." Let's see. After watching what the Knicks did, Dolan was already meeting to discuss the Rangers' strategy. Quote, "That was the thought, how did we get here with this franchise?" What else we got here? "Building relationships has been a priority for Quentin Dolan. Asked what he thinks makes him successful in the job, Dolan pointed to how much he cares, and I hope that comes through in time. Asked what he's going to be doing now in this new position, he added, "Same way I've been approaching it from the moment I got into the company, which is honestly keeping my head down, working the hardest, and for me, I have an extremely high bar when I'm working the hardest, and I'm tough on myself, so I trust I will continue to be hard on myself because that's all I know how to do." In some ways, Dolan said he thinks he'll be different than his father as he steps into the next chapter of his career. Quote, "The bigger the challenge, the better I get out of myself. I run towards these things. This is what I'm looking for." So, Rangers fans, you have a new owner. He's 32 years old, and he's the son of the current owner, Quentin Dolan, now running the Rangers day to day. Wow. Ray, you're the Ranger fan here. I'm an Islander fan, so this doesn't directly affect me. Your thoughts on what this means from a Ranger standpoint?
The gist that I'm getting there is that not much is going to change. So, like I said, he's been involved with both teams to this point. Chris Drury's still going to, he's handling things. I will say this about the ownership. They let the people that they hire to be the presidents of the teams do what they need to do. So, I don't anticipate much changing for either the Knicks or Rangers.
At least
doesn't seem that way.
At least not now with the Rangers. I mean, they're all in on Chris Drury, even though I know that is not exactly what Rangers fans want to hear. He's getting the chance to try and retool.
The Rangers have been busy, though. So,
do you like trading Trocheck?
You knew it was coming. Troch has been on the block for some time now. So
him and Anders Lee are now teammates.
I'll tell you what, the floor of the team's been raised. I'll tell you that. Now you hope that it's enough that they're a playoff team. Tell you what, the second defensive pair a lot better than it was a few months ago. So they hope to be like a team that is tough to score against. You help your all-world goaltender out a little bit. I think they're on their way to being a better team.
You're not wrong.
And hopefully they're not done.
You're not wrong. This July 16th through the 19th, the biggest weekend in sports takes over New York City. Fanatics Fest puts you at the center of it all. The world's #1 fan festival returns to the Javits Center with 500-plus athletes, celebrities, and sports legends all under one roof. Get closer than ever with autographs and photo ops, live panels, podcasts, exclusive merch drops, the tailgate zone, rare collectibles, and nonstop action across every major league. Enter for a chance to win a pair of tickets in the ESPN New York app. Find the contest tile to submit your entry. We have Plays of the Week coming up. Can I squeeze in a call here before?
It's pretty tight.
Is it tight?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, Purple Belt Mike. I tried. Blame Ray, not me. Ray, we got better things to do, though. Plays of the Week. Here we go.
Raymond, guess what we're going to get into on the other side?
Are the plays.
I want you to guess. And specifically the
Knicks of the week.
That's right. You're good. You win a prize today.
Got to abbreviate a little bit. It's all good because we got not much to talk about when it comes to baseball around here, except how bad the Mets and Yankees have been. The Mets, for instance.
Ronnie Mauricio's baseball instincts, and I've said this since he came up, basically mirror a plant.
That's not great. Good for Ronnie Mauricio. But listen, the Yankees are free-falling. But as Aaron Boone says,
that's what we do, baby.
It's all good. It's all good.
We haven't even hit the adversity yet.
Rick DiPietro's back from vacation. He was detailing, and Joe Leo was here for this. He was reading his wife's dragon fantasy romance novels or something to that effect.
My dear, you thought you've seen a dragon breathe fire, but you've seen nothing yet.
Quite the getaway they were having over there.
Rick back from a tropical getaway, reading perverted dragon novels along the way as well.
That's not all he was doing. More on that in a second.
Joe Leo's future wife also reads him, and Joe Leo sounds like he's dabbled.
Oh, boy.
The World Cup's knockout round began yesterday between Canada and
South Africa.
South Africa? Sorry, I had to clear my throat.
I thought you
for
were
a
clearing your
second there.
throat.
You're right.
I wasn't going
What'd
to
you
jump on
swallow,
you there.
Joe? What'd you swallow?
Easy now. It's all from those Dragon novels.
Are you going to partake in the penalty
Ray's
kick
a big
shootout?
watcher.
Hey, excuse me.
Be
You
there
never
to support me, Ray. I need your
know.
support.
I am there to support
he's
you.
gonna be
What-
there,
what
but
do
I'm
you-
saying-
What do you think
I need
I'm
you to
there
hose
for?
me down, too,
I'm a
also.
big supporter of Rick DiPietro, and he did well at the beach bash in net.
It would be nice to have these details already ironed out before it's Thursday.
Listen, we're very good at the planning phase of these things. Before Rick finished up for me, I got to tell you, he got very fired up at one point.
To Jalen's credit, man, after all the negativity surrounding bringing him in, the tampering, and this all had to do with because Rick's relationship with him, you can all go suck it.
I love it. That's the Rick DiPietro I'm here for, baby.
Stay away from the macaroni and cheese, guys. Pasta salad.
Thank you, Sal.
Macaroni and cheese could lead to some gas issues.
You like to smell your farts?
What?
You can smell it. One place you won't smell a fart is in the wind, or as Dan Grossa points out, a blizzard.
You go with the flow. You go like a fart in a blizzard. You just go wherever it takes you.
All right, back to the highlight of Rick DiPietro's vacation. He made a friend out there in St. Bart's.
You know what?
Oh, my.
That's. Did you?
Oh, my
Did you?
goodness.
Did you? Yeah.
That is. Yeah, I'm lost for words because it's the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, one Nick Sirianni.
I can't. Did you tell him I hate him?
He's humongous.
Did you say my co-host hates you and would punch you right in the nose? You should have called security. Be like, that man touched me.
This is going to have serious ramifications for our show. Poor Dave Rothenberg.
Ray, do you know the ramifications for this now? All season long, it's going to be like Eagles, whatever. He's go. Nick, when I met Nick,
My good buddy Nick Sirianni.
Yeah.
Such a blessing for your guys' show that happened.
I mean, not for me, not for Dave. I mean, I still very much hate Nick Sirianni and the Eagles.
Yeah,
so
but I am a listener of your show, and it's a blessing. And what you guys do is provide a service for the listener, and thus it's great.
It
If
is
the Eagles aren't a pick every week, I'm going to be disappointed.
It is very true. Thank you for filling in today, right before July 4th, Jake. Great show today.
Because there was this giant fan that the afternoon show had blowing on them.
There's a theme for this show because Bill Simmons.
I had a camera in my and I had Paul George being rammed up my
How about
I ride those things frequently.
And John Heyman just firing scuds at everybody.
I'm not counting sitting in the stands and waving pom-poms. I'm talking about actual reporting.
Enjoy your 4th of July weekend. Big celebration, America 250. And, of course, hot dogs.
Guzzling those glizzies as the buns are being wet.
Well,
like he's wetting the buns with the glizzies going down his
I
throat.
will leave you for this weekend with this, Jake.
I don't know that I'm able to guzzle 35 glizzies the way I would have back in the day.
Happy birthday, America.
Incredible. Great job, Ray. Great job by Joe Leo. Big thank you to all the listeners this morning. Dave and Rick, I think, are back next week. Actually, no, it's a run-on
Jordan
in
and
Grasso.
Grasso.
I saw the tweet the other day. So they got you covered next week. Pat O'Keefe is coming up next. This is Jake Asman saying, happy birthday, America. Stay cool. Enjoy the holiday weekend, and we will talk to you soon. Hey, Ray, Rule 76.
No excuses. Play like the Knicks. It's DiPietro and Rothenberg with Jake Asman. And?
Everybody right here on 880 ESPN New York.
Yes.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG